unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Who are they? Where are they from? And what is their intent?
All questions that immediately come to mind with the mention of UFOs.
A Pentagon report is detailing a dramatic increase in UFO sightings, more than 350 since 2021. Many of them are explained as being drones, birds, or weather events, but about half of them remain unexplained.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
My gosh.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
This video taken by the Navy showing what he describes as pyramid-shaped UFOs flying over the USS Russell off the San Diego coast in July of 2019. The Pentagon has since confirmed that the video is authentic.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brazil is the man who discovered the saucer.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
More people are coming forward with their own sightings.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs.
Right at that moment, I saw what looked like 5 lights flying in formation in kind of an inverted check mark.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin. We don't know what these UAP are.
The mysterious flying objects are still a mystery. NASA will continue investigating them and has appointed a director of UAP research.
Technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had.
Truth Seekers, how y'all doing tonight? Give me an audio check in the chat so we can make sure that we are popping off right out the back, that the audio is working just fine. So I'll wait because there is a delay, so I have to wait a little bit, but give me some thumbs up if you can hear me just fine, and that'll be good. And I'll get started with a lot of stuff that we're going to be talking about tonight and give some shout out. I got my mods in the house tonight. Okay, good. Everything is good. Let me get a couple of more. Dr. Strange said it's good. I got a couple of more thumbs up. All right, so we got our moderators, Philly Cat, in the house tonight. I haven't talked to none of y'all in a long time, and so we'll catch up as well. And let's see, any other mods? I want to, Diana, the mother, the godmother of the channel is in here tonight. It's Diana, so y'all give her a shout out as well. Let me see if I see any more mods. Oh, wow, we got 2. All right, so it's cool. With the, be some late. And let me just tell you now, I hope that you all are ready because I promise to bring you next year. Yes, we're going to be here to next year. And we got a lot to talk about. We're going to go anywhere you want to go within the ufology, within the phenomena, within some of the crazy stuff that's happening. I got a list of things that we're going to talk about tonight. I'll go over some of that in a little bit. We're going to go over some stuff that in the national forest and stuff. I'm also going to give some background information about a few other things and stuff tonight too, especially when it comes down to the symbol. And a lot of people have been asking me a little bit. So I'm going to give y'all the full detail about it tonight and pretty much. But outside of that, I'm excited. I hope you are excited. And again, I'll give a shout out in the chat in just a minute because we haven't done this in a while. And I'm so grateful for any of you to be here to spend your time. Now, if you're going to be here with us till the first of the year, and we're going to bring in the new year together, that's fine. I love it. If you got to go, you got to go. But for those of you who are going to be here, and as we continue, that's fine. So again, so I'll give enough of you, if you're watching, put some in the chat. And in fact, put it in the chat where you live, like what city or state or whatever. And those, I'm going to give everybody a shout out who put something in the chat. So even if some of you are here already, if you already put something in there, do it again. That way I can follow down and be easy to visualize what we're doing tonight. And pretty much, I got a lot to talk about tonight. I got a lot of updates, conversations. And then eventually some of you may want to hop in tonight. We could discuss a few things, especially the drone stuff. There's a lot of things. We got hours and hours of conversation. And yeah, that's how we used to do it, right? I definitely want somebody talking about somewhere in Michigan. All right. So let me see. We got some people in here right now. We have, and I'm going to give a special shout out here because it's a rare situation, but I'll give her a shout out. And maybe you can also, there we go. So we got Wild Harmony is in the house tonight, and she's from Dallas. So welcome. I'm in Dallas. You in Dallas. Maya, hopefully she'll be on here tonight. We're going to be doing a get together. She's planning in space and all that. So if you're in Dallas, definitely send me some information on the email at contact@WhyTheBigSecret.com so that you can be part of our outings events. All right, so we have somewhere in Michigan, and of course it's Dr. Strange. Mara is in Cheetown, Chicago. Philly Cat is in Philly. Well, why not? Why wouldn't we call her Philly anyway, right? But anyway, she's one of our moderators and supporters and stuff. Give her a shout out. She does an awesome job. So she's in Philadelphia. We have Sagittarius Goddess is in the Indiana place. And then we have T is in Jersey. We have Baltimore, Maryland in the house. Johnson City, Tennessee is in the house. And of course, another Detroit is in the house. California is in the house. And there we go. There is our Dallas. Now she's handling the event. So y'all give my a shout out. So in fact, hopefully I'll have her to text me. Well, when you send me the information, I'll get it to her and Liz, and so they can pretty much put together the list of people when we do some stuff here local. We have Minnesota in the house as well, and we have Atlanta, Georgia in the house. And then we have, who else? Okay, we got formerly known as Mansville's in Mansville. So who are you in Mansville, Texas? Because I need to know, because you're 5 minutes from my office. I'm in Kennedale right now. I'm sitting right here off of Kennedale Parkway. And if you keep going, there's Mansfield right there. So who are you? And did we meet? Or do I know you already? You know, but for you in Mansfield, welcome. And maybe stop by the office and the command center. You can see some real UFO stuff that I can't put on this stuff. But anyway, just an invite for, and then you can help with the events that we're going to be doing here. George is in the house again as well. Diana's back from. And Penny is in Fort Worth. Okay, Penny, we know that. And so we'll definitely put some stuff together there too. And all right, so that's enough of you. And then we got Tiara says Buffalo, and Girl from the Bay is in the house. She'll definitely be on the back end handling all of the stuff here for, we got a lot of stuff going on next year. Oh my God. So Liz is going to be organizing that with Maya and all these other places. And so we're going to put our contact stuff together so we can have, you guys can communicate. We're going to do it a lot better from there. All right, so let's get started into our whole talk. Like I said, it's New Year's Eve. All right. We have Lisa in the house. That is the greatness of the Duchess. Okay. She's going to have a podcast coming up. So y'all got to be ready for that. And the name of this thing is I'm Not First Lady Material. So you can go wherever you want to go with that one. But I can tell you firsthand that it's going to be a banger, and definitely we might even do some stuff together as far as the podcast and things. So, but anyway, we'll definitely support that. She's a first timer here as well. Mars is in the house, Dream Productions. So, all right, so let's get started a little bit. So we got a lot to talk about, okay? Now, y'all know tradition that I normally do the tradition. So let me see if I do want to do my tradition open and it'll be the last time I do this year, right? So let me see if I even got the music for y'all and tell me if it's high or low in the chat so we can kind of go with it. Let me know if it's the background. I like to do our tradition opening, so just kind of let me know if it's all good, and if you hear everything okay, give me a thumbs up, and then we will fire this thing off in form fashion. All right, I'm waiting. So can y'all hear the background okay? My voice, everything is going, because it used to kind of mix a little bit, but we should. She says a little loud. That's what I want to know. All right, so let me fix that. And all right, so I turned it down. So y'all let me know where we at right now. Audio check. All right, somebody else says feels good. Okay, so I turned it down. So kind of let me know where we at right now so we can get our tradition opening and doing what we do. All right, so it's good now. Well, it shouldn't be loud now. It should be good. It's cool. It's perfect now. Okay. All right, so let's get back into the house. And y'all, we're going to roll this thing. All right, so let's do this. Truth Seekers! Here we go. I want to welcome you tonight to Roderick Martin. Now, we got a new name, Truth versus Authority. We've been doing that. But anyway, I want to welcome you tonight, and we're going to do this tradition style. And you could have been anywhere other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I'm going to serve you. But before I do that, I want to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show airs. And as you know, the backstory, I'm located in the Jumbo State. And this is where those UFOs come out to play. It's a Texas thing, y'all. And in Texas, everything runs big. As you know, big is it all. But either way, put the children to bed. And because tonight, we're not talking PG. We're going to get over to the left, over to the right. We're going to talk about some scary sugar honey iced tea. We're going to talk about the shit that been happening all year long. Now, I'm going to prepare you for some stuff that's coming in the future. So we're going to talk about that as well. We're going to get into some hypotheticals, and we're going to let you know you may be an alien watching. And how do you know? Because we're going to call you out tonight. So with that being said, that's how we're going to roll. And let me shut that down. All right. Okay. Let me give you where we're going now. All right. All right. So we good now. All right, so here we go. We're going to talk about the symbols tonight, too. And let me kill this background so that we can get started in our conversation. But get ready, because it's 2024 is about to end. Make sure that you are prepared and get your bunkers ready. Yeah, because there is something coming in 2025 and beyond. We're going to talk about that, too. All the rich people are preparing for the zombies. I know y'all probably Roddy, what the hell? Yep, we're going to talk about zombies now. Tell y'all put them damn kids to bed, and dogs too. If you got dogs that have nightmares and shit and dreams like some of my friends on here do, don't let them listen to the show, because we're going to scare the dogs too. We're going to do that pretty much. Anyway, so I gave everybody a shout out in pretty much. So what are we going to begin? We're going to talk about tonight a lot of stuff. So we'll go quickly into the congressional hearings that happened. We'll talk about what's happening with NASA, even American airline pilots who have been reporting UFOs over Texas. We'll talk about those lights that happened in late November in Capitol Hill that sparked some stuff. We'll talk about the Pentagon's all-domain anomaly resolution office. This was something back in March and some shit that they didn't really do. We'll go into a little bit about the former Pentagon official. They, discussed the hunt for UFOs. And, I talked about that in the past where, and remember the COVID Act, or back then when they gave us the $600, right? If you got it. Well, in there was a provision for UFOs, and where everybody was so happy to sign the check or get the $600, they didn't know, but they had a provision in that money, the relief package, that they wanted to capture a UFO. And I'm like, are you really kidding me? That's what we want to do. But they did. All right. So NASA response to the alleged alien corpse that's in Mexico. So we'll talk about that. That was this year as well. Of course, the UAP Disclosure Act. All this is 2024 stuff. And we will go into a little bit about the public interest of things too. So we got a lot of stuff. Lights over Capitol Hill. We have the increase in military sightings. We can talk about high-profile abductions. We can talk about, and we're going to talk about China. We'll talk about some of that stuff with them talking about the moon. And if y'all remember, all year long, we was trying to get our ass all the way up to the moon with the Artemis rocket. And I told everybody, they're not getting there. They're not going. So we're going to discuss the moon stuff tonight as well. And then there's some stuff about the Chewbacca or whatever you want to talk about. Bigfoot, the New Jersey, Mothman, all this stuff happened this year, y'all. So time travelers, and then we're talking about the strange hums that they've been hearing. There was a haunted hotel in California this year. Antarctica. Oh, we got to get into Antarctica. So that's something we want to talk about. Also, I got 3 books yesterday. We're going to go into some of these cases. This is all the stuff that's happening in the national forest, people becoming disappearing. And that's really some of the stuff that I'm trying to do. Oh, she said Chewbacca. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let me make sure I give the disclaimer if you're the first time here. Over here to the right is a grammar box. Okay. And I want you to use that mind, the virtual mind that you have. And what you do is when I mispronounce something that you say, okay, that's not how you or whatever. And I know you impulse, you want to call me out in a text. But what I want you to do before you do that, go up into the grammar box. It's unlimited access and you can correct it in your head. So when I say like something like Chewbacca, you know I'm talking about that Chewbacca or whatever, you know, so you can figure it out. Over to the left is a letter box. It is unlimited letters. So if you see me misspell anything in the chat, then you have the power to go in there and correct the spelling any way you want. And you can make it look the way you want. So now that way you won't be trying to analyze me and all that. And then I'll say this from the beginning since we start. To my haters, because you know I got them. And if you are here watching me and hating on me, I'm starting to figure out in 2024, especially all the haters that I was having, you're really a fan. You're just critical, all right? And the fact that you can hate me and you don't know me, I can still love you without ever meeting you. And so therefore, I still love you. And that's to my haters. So that's a love letter to the haters. And let's kind of go that route from there. Now, come on, Liz. I ain't talking about you. She's talking about I wasn't correcting your grammar. I know you said Chewbacca. Everybody know who Chewbacca is, right? I wasn't talking about you anyway. And plus, you already know you on the inside, left side. And there are some things that y'all can't say. You know, go ahead, knock it out. Sasquatch. Okay, Tiara, we're going to go with that. All right, so where do we want to begin? And then also, you all can direct this conversation tonight too. So if there's something you want to discuss, you can put it in the chat and then we will do that. And then you know the rules. If you decide that you're going to come on stage and bless us with your, your TV face, okay, we'll say that. You're welcome to come on up. We're not going to do a lot of stage because we're going to be here 4 hours or longer, you know. So I know some of you can't hang, but I promise to bring you tomorrow, okay? So if you can hang, you can hang. But if you get to a point you want to come, y'all know, turn your lights on so we can see you on the camera. We got enough hidden stuff happening right now. We want to do that. If you want to wear your bonnet tonight, wear your bonnet. It's going to, you know, y'all know how we do it here with bonnets. But tonight you have a bonnet pass, okay? So you can put on your bonnets and come on screen tonight and whatever. Not that we're not going to laugh at you. Well, I'm not saying that we're not. But we're not going to call you out and say, hey, you're wearing a bonnet. Okay, unless I'm lying. But either way, you're welcome to come with the bonnet. Natira says, where is Selena? I don't know. And it's Atlanta. They got a lot of stuff to do in Atlanta, okay? They have a lot of stuff to do in Atlanta, and they probably doing whatever they do in Atlanta, okay? In pretty much. But we haven't talked in a while, but either way, she's in Atlanta. So look it up from there. But anyway, and she may hop on. You never know. We're going to be a long time tonight. If everybody get the alerts, they would do. All right, so let's get started into conversations. So some of you all want to do that. We're going to start with the drones, okay? Now, if you did know, I am a UFO investigator. I've been doing this for quite some time. And also being a TV personality. So, you know, there's not many can say this, but I've had a great career thus far and much more to come being on Fox Tubi on an Alien Endgame show, I think. Oh, no, that was on Discovery Plus channel. That was Roswell, New Mexico, something I was in there. I was in a show on Amazon Prime, which is They Call Me Bigfoot. And then there was another series of that, and I forgot just that fast. Gaia, I've been guest on Gaia twice on Regina Meredith's show, Open Minds. George Norrie's show, I was there as well. Also with Forbidden Knowledge on the Black Knight Satellite, featured on Ancient Aliens History Channel. And there's plenty more, Coast to Coast Radio and all these things. And I don't blurb a lot about that, which I should. I should really toot my hat. One podcast of the year, that the Crystal Trophy is over there. And I should do that to claim my right of passage of saying, hey, you're doing what you're doing. But for that, it is for you. It is for all of us in that together. We will discuss, and let me put this on the screen for a second here. And it's imperative because we got to get into the game this year. Project Black, if you see the logo there on the screen, it's called the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. And it's for everyone to be a part. I posted something on Instagram about it, and then one lady sent me a message. And let y'all know, I read my messages, okay? And she was like, oh, I watched everything you did until I saw this little 30-second clip about you saying black people and aliens, and now I'm gone. I damn near ate her ass alive because I'm like, listen, it's enough is enough. I get tired of that. Anybody who knows me, this is not a racist situation. And for people to think that tells me a little bit more about them. And I was like, look, we're saying that there's a disproportionate of reporting in my particular community. And why can I not put something together to create a safe place for more people in my community to come forward with their alien conversations? Because it's a taboo subject. It really is. And if you didn't know that, if you got black friends, try to talk to them about some extraterrestrial stuff and see what happens. And from church, or point up to the skies and see if it's more than heaven and a mansion up there, right? But anyway, that's, and so when I get that, it really, it used to get under my skin, and probably still does, because it's like, it was 30 seconds for me to say, hey, I'm talking to you, my people in my community, and for that person to feel upset. So again, this is for all of us. Everybody's included in this. And just think of us as a group of truth seekers that we have discovered there's a section somewhere that's missing information. Just so happens one of those pillars has happened to be my community. And why don't we all get together to dig that stuff out, is all that I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. That's all I said, to be exact. So this year was a great year. Y'all know I spoke at the UFO Fest, and that was a beautiful thing, being there with 20,000 people. So if you get an opportunity to go to UFO Fest in Oregon, then you will have some stuff there. And then some of you know, while I was there, I had one of the most tremendous encounters of all times, meeting people from another place. And I've only told the story twice. I may tell it again before New Year's Eve. Tonight, if I'm reminded. So y'all can kind of let me know there. All right. So enough of that. The drones. There has been a lot of situations where it's been like, it was one of the biggest things out there. Drones. Now, and most of the drones at some point that people were saying were commercial version drones, because anything you see with a red and green light is following protocol. So it's got to be man-made. And understand that alien technology is not going to use propellers flying their asses around. We know that. They're way past that. So if it's an actual drone with that type of movement and situation, it is man-made. It just technically is. Now, just because we had the rumors that it was coming out of the water, she said, if I can, I will be back. Happy New Year. Okay, so Philly Cat had to go. All right, so where I'm going with this is, they do make drones that come out of water. They really do right now. You can get a drone that'll pop up out of water in a commercial base. The DJI makes that. So for people to say they're coming out of the water, I'm not saying that they was not. And if it was a sub, or if it was a sub release, that whoever had these this technology was doing that. Now, what was true was the orbs that people were spotting shooting those damn things down. So that is an issue right there. So there's a mixture between two things being true at the same time. So we have actual commercial products or military. This is why when you seen Trump, a lot of them saying, hey, the government know where it is. And I think y'all know I don't get into politics, but I think he forgot he already won the election because he starts saying, oh, they know what it is. They need to tell the people. Dude, you won the election. You ain't got to get in on that. You already know they ain't going to say nothing. And let people know, even people as the president of the United States have no bearing, no power when it comes to the military industrial complex and these multinational private corporations hiding the UFO phenomena. Do not even think about it. There's not a politician out there that's sitting here talking every day, congressional hearing, all the things we hear. They are not going to get everything we think. Now, we're making some progress. Absolutely. There will be some people that'll bite the dust. Absolutely. But those cabals and people who are really running this stuff, they are not even fearing the fact that somebody in office or a future president or president will say, I'm going to give the UFOs truth. We know what happened to the last one that tried that, right? So it does not happen, at all. And so those are things that we don't need to get caught up in as truth seekers because someone's saying, vote for me, and we're going to release UFO information. They can't do it. They're not going to do it. It is too much money, power, situations, people getting unalived. This thing is so serious that it's, and the question is why. And you all know, as I teach us to not focus on what is happening, because a lot of people do that today. We'll see what's happening and you'll focus on it. So even with the drones, don't focus on what is happening. Ask yourself why. See, because why is the answer, is the question, or it leads you into the pure possibilities to find out things that you're looking for, because the why is one of those things that's important for us to go. And so nothing is as important as the why, not the what, the why. This is why when you go to a scene of a crime, they already know this person was down with 16 bullets in their skull. They know that. They got the what. But they spend all days in investigations because they need to know why. Because why could lead to some hidden answers, hidden stuff. So I want y'all to start doing it. Start focusing on the why when you're hearing all this stuff. So why was these drones out there? Now, there was a speculation that they were looking for some type of nuclear something that got into the port, and that's why they were scanning the area. Okay, I believe it. I think it's possible that this was happening, and so I think it's one of those things. All right, so thank you, baby love. All right, we're going to be talking about that book tonight, and I think it's important that we know that it's possible because our country is probably one of the most hated places to be, for as enemies concerned, because we just do so much in the other world that's unprecedented. Okay, we do a lot of stuff out there. So they was probably like, all right, but again, these drones were scanning for something. Now, when they started to move out further and further, that's a different story. Now, if you also had a technology and you wanted to sell it to the government, and you say, hey, I got this new technology, because drone warfare is huge in all these other countries. It's huge. Unmanned aerial combat is probably it's the new phenomenon or the new era in warfare. So when you have these drones, and if it's a company trying to sell the government the drones, that is a perfect place to have a testing ground if you wanted to. I'm just going to release these things in the sky, and y'all can't track them. You can't even see them. And now you can see how they're flowing. You can see the capabilities. You see what these things are, because some of these drones are as big as SUVs. All right. And not that we're not going to be prepared for that, because Uber, if you know, Google it, has already got permission to use drones in the next 2 years to fly you around. Now they're going to have stations. They already got approved here in Dallas. So you can walk up, drive up, get on a little port, stand up in this thing, or I think it may have some chairs, but they'll fly you to the other side of Dallas. And then you land and get off and whatever. So those are going to be bigger than cars if they're going to hold 10 to 12, 13 people. So we're looking at this, and so it's not going to be uncommon that we look up in the sky that you see some drones. Now, the most scary part about this, and I'm using the word scary, is the fact that they were untraceable. Radar could not pick these things up. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, is a problem. Okay. Now, what you can know that because it wasn't using a military apparatus such as the Predators and all this, who can be up there flying for days, those ones with missiles tied to them, those things, they should have known that they had to originate far. Drone batteries and all that, if they're not using fuel, is definitely not flying for hours and hours. So they got to have a destination or a place that they left from. So they knew all of these things. Now, like I said, there was a mixture between orbs and drones that was happening. So therefore, we had some real things happening from there. So let me first stop the conversation for a second. I know you all are here. All right, we got Sonia in the World News is here. So, all right, and Damon's in the house as well. And Rebel Wader and the rest of you. So there's a Misty Ocean in the house. Misty Ocean. Okay. And all flowers. All right. So listen, where I'm going with this is this. You got to realize that when we are talking about what's happening out there, especially this phenomena, people, UFOs, everything flying around is not a UFO. Well, anything flying around in the sky that we don't know what it is an unidentified flying object. I just want y'all to know. So just make sure you know that. And not everything flying around in the sky is aliens. All right. However, all aliens use UFOs to get around in, subjectively, right? Let's just first know that we're not alone in this universe. So we're going to start there as we get into the new year. I don't want anyone on this live stream tonight, and if you got a speculation and you think that there is a possibility there we're not alone in the universe, please put a number 1 in this chat. Just say a number 1. I just need you to raise your hand, and we're not going to say my goal tonight is to get you to understand something, that if you could. But if you think that we are not, or we are alone, that is not true, all this stuff, or you still kind of got some skepticism because you can't see it, then all right. So, all right, Dr. Strange, you've been on a lot of shows that not to be talking about you have some skepticism, but that's cool. So what I'm saying is, all right, wait a minute, hang on. I see some people in here. I didn't say number 1 that you are a believer. Number 1 meaning you don't really think they're here. So I see some names in here. Y'all putting some ones that y'all can't tell me y'all been around me all this time and still thinking aliens are not real. All right. And I'm not talking about y'all. Okay. Not really. Not really. But what I'm saying is, come on, Diana, you the godmother of the channel. You got to know aliens are real. Okay. So maybe we messed it up. Ooh, my bad. Okay. There we go. I get it. Y'all. So ones, I was just asking for people who don't think they're real. All right, because there we go. I get those scratches now. I knew I had to call some of y'all out now, because I'm like, some of y'all been on the band and we all been playing music together for a long time for y'all to now be like, no. All right, so we're going to go there first. They are here, okay? The problem that is going to arise is that the rumor has it that they are now tired of hiding. Why would a species be tired of hiding unless they are ready for us to know the truth? And if you remember last year, the Israeli prime minister guy who was over their program had said that the extraterrestrials said it is time for them to reveal themselves. And at that point, the Pope and the Vatican went into a frenzy. They called in all these religious leaders from said you were misleading. Okay, my bad. All right, so they call in the all of these religious leaders, and they came in to talk about the extraterrestrials and aliens and everything else. And one of their thing was that they wanted to make sure that they can put into the doctrine that if extraterrestrials reveal themselves, that they also worship Jesus Christ, just like we do, to keep the control through religion and things that they had in place. All right, so but they're here. The problem that we've always talked about was people will say, well, Roderick, what do they look like? Now, the key to that is if you want to go back into history, we're talking about the Nephilim, the fallen angels. I'm not going to get deep in all that tonight, but if you want to get into all those things, the indicators to me would mean that it's not what they look like, certain species. So, because you got to remember, we got all kinds of species of aliens, all right? But there is a particular band of them that it's possible that we look like them. And why not? Any of you with children, and somebody walked up to you right now and you got your son or daughter next to you and they go, oh man, you look just like your daughter. You will probably correct them and say, no, she looks like me. No, he looks like me. I made him or her. So take that theory into account. If they made us and created us or someone did, the possibility that we are made to look like them. Now, I'm not going to go Genesis on you that says chapter 1, verse 26 says, let's make man in our image, in the likenesses of ourselves. I'm not going to take you back to school. You're too grown for that shit. I'm not going to take you that R is plural and not singular. I'm not going to take you that if you wanted to go talk about what's going to happen with ourselves and it's a group of us, we all worried about, what they're going to do to all of us. I'm not telling you that the grammar and stuff, because if you listen to me, that's probably bad grammar. When I say, let's make man in our image and the likeness of ourselves, you probably thinking I'm saying me, I. Because that's okay, because I make mistakes grammarly. So you're going to say, well, Roderick really meant I. So I didn't. I really didn't. Let's make man in our image and the likeness of ourselves is a bandit quote, okay? And there's so much more. Now, yes, we go to church, been to church. Maybe that's the Holy Spirit, that's the Trinity, the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, any way you want to put it. But I will tell you, it's not a one of us on this phone, on this live chat or whatever, at some point believed that Santa Claus, big ass, came down that chimney and he was looking at you, and he also was knowing if you were naughty or nice, and he was going to bring you a gift from the North Pole pulled by Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and they all coming with all these toys, and then one evening he's going to get all over the United States, go to everybody's house but your house. But we believe that. I believe in Santa Claus at one point. I'm not going to lie to you. I sure did. Sometimes, Santa, I sung the song, all that stuff. So I'm saying to you, if we can believe that. Now, if you can also believe the fact that all of us, now y'all look at me, look at me right here, okay? And there's some of you don't look like me. You don't. Nobody should, because I'm one of a kind, baby. I'm one of a kind. But either way, what I'm saying is Adam and Eve didn't make all of us. There was no way. Can you believe that? I could say any one of us, I'll choose one of you, okay? I'll choose two of you. Two women, we can go get stranded on an island, be like the plane, just me, you, and nobody else. And we're going to procreate, make some babies. That means breed. We're going to breed. And we're going to do those things. And we're going to have a couple of kids. And then they're going to have some kids. And about the fourth generation, they're going to have one eye, 6 legs, and all kind of crap. But the fact that 5 billion people came from Adam and Eve, and we believe that story, is enough. Y'all get where I'm going with this, right? We got to question everything, but we just don't. The fact that Noah's Ark took all the animals on a planet in a small little boat, elephants, giraffes, and everything else, but he wasn't smart enough to leave one of those mosquitoes or a rat behind, so we won't have 2 rats, right? So, but we believe those stories. The fact that we have pyramids that we today, there's not nothing on the planet. We got earth mover trucks, these big $1 million, they can't move those damn rocks. They can't move them, and they can't place them in the positions that they are, but no one questions the fact of how they got there. So we go on with our lives every day, and we're told that there's nothing else out there, folks, or nothing here. But why do we do that? We can talk about the ocean, all right? We know the earth is 73% water. Mankind has never explored more than 3 or 5% of the oceans. We've never done that. We don't even know. We don't know what's there. And the other part of this, we ain't even trying to find out. Why? Because it's a waste of time. We already know what's down there. So, or we've been told not to come there. All right. So all of these things I'm saying to you all, it is pretty much saying that it is time for us to really question everything. You have to. You got to question everything. You got to get to a point, question the narrative, right? And begin to ask those questions. And when we were kids, by the way, we would ask those questions. Why, mom? Why, dad? Why, mom? Why, dad? Why, mom? Why, dad? And we will ask those questions. Y'all remember that, right? But then our parents would say, shut the freaking up. Shut up. And we beat it out of our kids. And then they train the same thing. And so the greatest weapon for the children is the parents that they've used. So we can program the parents and they're going to automatically teach the kids. So we have these issues where we are. So if you are one of those parents, and so I say to you, you're not going to go in 2025 not believing. If you got any questions that you need to ask, tonight is your night. You put that in the chat, and hopefully I will see it. And we're going to do that. Yeah. So Misty said, yes, the ocean is unexplored. Yeah. And it really is, because they're not going to go there. And it's not unexplored because we can't go. Well, we can't. So we don't have some technology, but we don't want to know because we know what's there. And here's a fact for you, a fun fact. 90% of most UFO sightings, according to MUFON, who I worked with, comes from water. Michigan, California, and the Florida areas. And they come out of water. Okay, so that lets you know right there, they're going. And you got to remember, we don't have the technology. That's what they call transmedium, meaning something can come from space, air, and water. Remember, our jets have propulsion, whatever you call it. And if it goes in the water, it's going to put the fire out. You know that water put out fire, okay? And if it tries to go from water and air to water and hit the water really fast, it breaks up because water is very hard when it hits. These UFO stuff are going in and out of water like it ain't nothing. And they're flying around like it's not nothing. So I'm just telling y'all, it is something that we need to know. So if you think, okay, well, Roderick, I need hard facts. I need to see something. And usually that's where most people are, because most people are like, well, I'm in a show me state. You know, I need to see it to believe it. Well, here's the problem. And this is what I've been studying when I've been studying symbolism. The problem is they control what you see. So if you think seeing it is to believe it and they're controlling what you see, then you will never see it because they got you. They got all of us like that. So that's a whole different story when we sit down here trying to say that. So I look at people all day. Hey, I got to see it to believe. What do you mean by that? Because that's the trick. The trick is that they want you to believe what you see, and what you see ain't real. It ain't what it is. And so we are falling into those facts. So let me set the tone for some of you. So y'all see me wearing my symbol that I wear, or the sigil. And I'm gonna give you a backstory for this because it is probably one of the well, first of all, it is Saturday night, or not Saturday night, New Year's Eve, and we're together. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have my cologne, and it's Da Vinci Society, but this is extreme. I usually wear the other one. I'm gonna put some on because I want to smell good. If you can smell me, oh man, oh yeah, baby. I'm smelling good for y'all tonight because we're gonna spend the night together. Okay, woo. But why not? I want to smell good right here anyway. But anyway, if you can smell it, let me know. It's all good. All right, so let's get into where we're going with this. The symbol. I was doing a lot of research, and I started studying all these hidden symbols. I got 20 books in there, but I started finding some scary stuff. Okay, that there's some protection that is needed to be that. So something spoke to me, you know, and just kept urging me that you're walking into an area. Now, if you remember the story that I told y'all about when I was in Oregon and how they took me up into the mountain, one of the things when I walked in was all these symbols, and the lady said, you need to be careful because it's more than just aliens. It's demonic. It's a lot of stuff. You need to protect yourself. So when I came back, I started looking for protection and created my own magic symbol or sigil of protection and meaning, and to protect our community. Yeah, I was looking for all of us, not just me. So I wear this thing right here all the time. It's right there on the top of the screen. But today, real quickly, I'm going to tell you what the hidden meaning, because I get people always misunderstanding. I've had people, hey, there's some devil stuff. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Let me get into the symbols and let me first tell you what it is. And I have the shirts on the site. No one orders them. Well, I think it's on the other store. And it's there for truth seekers to be protected, okay? And actually, I took the site down, that particular part that has all these shirts on them, but I used to promote them all the time. And the shirts, the commercials, and all this stuff. But I think it's today. I don't tell anybody what it's all about, because I like to keep it a hidden information, because it is for protection. But you will see me wear them all the time. All right. So first of all, and as we continue, this is a blue symbol. Okay. It is a circle. All right. So let me first go with the meanings. I got it all written down so I can count, and I want you to follow along. You can see it up here on the screen, or you seeing it here. So I just want y'all to know. And somebody said, but they see a shape and they call it devil. I know, right? So, all right, there we go. Girl from the Bay put some stuff there. All right, so here's the deal. The down triangle, I want you to know, represents water, okay? And it symbolizes the subconscious, and it's the hidden realms of the unknown. Water is the place where a human life can't go without an apparatus. Humans, and it's the best place for secrets. It's a symbol of death, mystery, depth as in depth going down, not death, D-E-A-T-E. The place where hidden knowledge resides, and just below the surface of common understanding. Position downward implies the journey, the dive into conceal the truth, and the most people can access, and the orientation reinforces the mission of seeking exoteric, occult, and natural laws. And knowledge lies beneath the superficial reality and hidden from mainstream authority, and available only to those who seek deeper. So that is the water. And then also is the feminine side, because with the gender sides, right? We have male. If it was up, it's the fire. But because we all got to have that in us. So that's the first part that I want you to know when you see me wear this, that it's for truth seekers. I'm doing this for the truth seekers. There's two fish on each side. The fish on either side of the triangle embody, equipped to explore the hidden depth. Remember, fish is the only sacred creature can go into the water to go down to the depth where the hidden secrets are, where humans can't go. Also, I'm a Pisces, so that makes sense there too. But also, it's serving as a symbol of intuition, adaptability, and access to the unseen. And fish has a unique place in the emblem as its guides, the intermediaries, and represent individuals within our community who can access and interpret the hidden informations. And so the symbol itself is initiate what I call the truth seekers, and who can swim into the realms close to the most, and subtly suggesting the wearers of this emblem is part of our group of knowledge. Okay, so that's those two. The fasci symbols, these are the two axes that you see. And if you go back into the Roman fascism back in the day, they have these bundle of sticks, and the sticks representing as they would conquer different places, and then they would tie them together saying, hey, together with strength. And if you remember the Planet of the Apes, when Caesar broke one stick and then he put the other ones together like this, in which you can't break it now, right? He said, but together we are stronger. Now, if you go to our government, the hidden symbols, the left and the right, because some of you are Republicans and some of you are Democrats, but if you go to the Speaker of the House, the fasci symbols on both sides. And what that means is that they work as one. They're not separate houses. And we think they are, but they're here to control. The reason I have it is for us as truth seekers to collaborate together. Tied together, we are stronger, and that acts as the power of protection for us to protect from the elites and everyone else. So I have it embedded into the particular symbol itself. So also, each bundle ties together signifies that in the individual truth seekers, when we're united, we create a formidable force, and that we can withstand the pushback from authority. And then also it conveys the pursuit of truth, those fasci. So it's not an isolated journey, but a collective mission, and it's all about resistance. Also in the middle, I have the all-seeing eye. Yes, the stick is weak, but the bundle is strong. There we go. And so I have the all-seeing eye right here in the top, in the middle of, and it's right there in my forehead too. When we wearing our hat, it sits right there. But it also, the eye within the triangle is awareness, it's insight, higher perception. The all-seeing eye represent inner sight needed to pierce through the illusion of deception and critical ability for the journey. And it also signifies vigilance, clarity, showing the wearers, the people who wear this emblem, that they're on a path attaining the information. Also, we have a protective circle. It's in a circle. That's for a bigger reason. And you got to remember, every time you have spells and they're casting them, they put a circle around it because the circle works both ways. It can keep something in, it can keep something out. So this circle, that's why it's always in a circle, is to protect us within the circle itself. And then there's a couple more things. I have the owl that's sitting right here at the bottom. And that owl, of course, as you know, is for secret information, seeing through things at night. Then I also have a couple other things. So basically, it's called truth versus authority. And what I believe is, after doing all of this for a long time, that there was a time that I thought truth or authority was truth, right? We all think that just because somebody was up front that they are authority. But it's no longer the authority is not the truth. Truth is the authority. And this is why they hide the truth from us, because it is the authority. Then I started thinking authority would be some politicians, maybe it's some religious people, could be our parents, could be our uncle. And then it hit me. Authority is the mind. It's the mind. That's the control. See, they control our minds. They can control anything. So it's truth versus authority, but authority is the mind. So if they can manipulate our minds, they got it. They got everything. And that's how they do it. So it's truth versus authority. Our goal is to always seek the truth and to go against authority. And that could be authority of the mind, authority of individuals, and everything else. So now I activated it. I did all my candles and everything in prayer and lit that thing up, burnt it. And it's been providing protection ever since. And so I decided that I will put it on a website, on shirts, because we need to be protected. And some of you don't really know how deep things are that you're getting yourself into seeking the truth, and you need protection. So that's one of the things and why I did it. And that's why I wear it on, my hats and stuff, depending on what I'm wearing. I got it on all my stuff. I have it on my shirts and all that. Okay. So I got that out of the way. Let's continue. We got a lot to talk about tonight. So, the other part of that, yes, David Icke talks about the control of the mind, and they control the mind. I mean, that's exactly just what they do. And when those things happen, it is really a situation when it comes down to this, and you have to be understanding that they know this. So we're talking about extraterrestrials, we're talking about government entities, we're talking about spiritual entities, and then we're talking about individuals too. People out there trying to get to hold your mind. And if they can get that and control your mind, then that is another story of how they can do this. Now, do they use religion? Yes. I'm not saying spirituality. I said religion. Religion has been around for quite some time, and it's been one of the control mechanisms that they have used. And I'm not saying that none of the stories are real, not real. I'm just saying some stuff has been fabricated enough to get to a point that, some of this stuff we need to look into. All right, so we're going to bag up a minute. Back in November, there was a congressional hearing. Congress had a hearing of unidentified anomalous phenomena or exposing the truth, where former defense officials testified about alleged secret government programs, UAPs. You had Lou Elizondo there, defense officials, and I can go on with the list of lists. I am now under the impression, and I've always been that way, but I'm probably now more solidified to tell you that all that shit is a waste of our time. They're making some headway, and it's a dog and pony show, but they're not getting there. Okay. They are not getting what we think we need. And let me tell y'all why. Everyone on there, from Lou Elizondo to Burchett to any of these Congressmen, all these people that we see raising their hands. I want you to know something, and I want you to take this to the damn bank, okay? When they decide to say that we're going to get the information for the public, we're going to put it out there, we're going to tell you about UFOs. We're going to tell you about the aliens. We're going to put it out there, and I am fighting for the people, and y'all vote for me. And, you know, we need to do this. We need disclosure and all of this. And that is okay. And, you know, and one of those things that we would have to do is understand that it's a whole different ball game. Okay. Because all they got to do is pull one of those people to the side, and they pull one of their asses to the side and say, shut the hell up, because it's national security. Okay. Y'all hear me, right? The same people who are in front of the news, in front of the hearings, the congressional people saying, oh, the American people need to know, they can pull them into another room. And you've seen it in broad daylight anyway. Every time they say, oh, yeah, but we got to tell you about that in the back. What? Come on, man. And, you know, I can tell you, but I can tell you this in a skip. It's a dog and pony show. It's a dog and pony show. Now, I'm not saying people don't have the power to come together, but it's not enough people forcing the hands. You get what I'm saying? And so they pull one of them to the side and they say, hey, man, what you're trying to talk about is national security. They're going to be quiet. They can't say anything. They can't tell us. So why are we pushing the narrative and putting it all over the news that, okay, Congression is having another hearing, and you think that they're going to tell? Now, if they wanted to throw somebody under the bus, they already chose that. If they want to put some little stuff out there to desensitize the public in a way, they can do that. And they can get us thinking that we're hearing. And what we already know is what we know. You got to remember, some crashed in Mexico in the 40s, right? And we've been talking about that for 60, 70 years, if not 80 years now. We know that. So don't you think that when you see these aircraft that we have that look like they're flying dark and it can evade the wind and, you know, built like this and that is reverse engineering, people. It's reverse engineering, and that's how it is. So, but then they want to let us get these rumors that it's China and all of this. So let me give you something that you need to know. And I want you to pay attention to the signs and listen to my voice when I tell you this. Although the scary part is not another country having nuclear weapons and all that. The scary is the person or the country that just want one. Those are the ones that poses the biggest threat to us, because the one who wants one intends to use it. It's not the ones who have hundreds of them, okay? But anyway, I want you to know this, and I want you to believe this from this day forward. There is not a military on the face of this planet that's more feared than the military of the United States of America. You better believe it. There's not a country on the planet that has weaponry, more advanced technology for military grade than the United States of America. So don't get caught up, well, Russia's going to do this and China's going to do this. None of them can do it. Not on no face-to-face fight. If we decide to go brawl out some people, we will kick some ass everywhere. If you look at what's happening with all these other stuff, they're using our old technology, our old ships and planes and fighting. And you know, you got Ukraine keeping them at bay using stuff that we give them. We ain't giving them our main shit. And they can't defeat them. You get what I'm saying? So do not go down thinking that that's going to happen. So let's put that to the side. Now, the reason why we have the technology is because anytime there's a crash retrieval or there's some kind of alien crash, we are the first military force goes over there and take it. We go to Brazil and we take the weapons. We go to all these places and we take them because we're reverse engineering them. Now, whoever get there first, that's who it belongs to. Hint, hint. Not the military. So you got multinational corporations who got more money than the military. You got to remember, they're making the weapons. So they're already got a generation up above. You know what I'm saying? They got a generation up above when it comes down to it. So they all got satellite systems. So when there's something that's crashing, the Wayland Group, I'm using from TV, the McDonnell Douglas, the Boeing, all of them are running over there trying to get there first. Whoever get there first, get it. And then they're going to put it up and they're going to hide it from our military. And they're going to make weapons and they're going to sell it to the military. Everybody is searching for crash retrievals. So do not think that, we got to fear other people. So when there's something, the reason I alluded to that for you, when you hear that there was something flying around and they go over some Chinese technology, hell no. China ain't that crazy enough to bring something in our airspace deliberately and everything else. This is why the drone situation was where it was. The reason our military didn't get upset, because had it been another country, it would have been an act of war. Had it been any other country that sent those things to New York and got into our airspace, crossed over the water, maritime, right? It would have been an act of war and we would have fucked them up so fast. It was our own stuff. That's why we didn't do nothing. They knew that. They knew it was our own technology or multinational corporation technology. It wasn't a foreign country. Nobody's that stupid, okay? Period. They're just not that stupid. They can do, like I say, little stuff, but they're not going to do some stuff and come over here. And so we are some protected people, right? We do have a blessing of a military. We do have some people that, and if you have fought in the armed forces, I want to give you thank you and all that, because we have a fierce situation when it gets down to it, okay? So again, just know that when we hear these things, so we all heard of Project Bluebeam. You've heard of it. And the whole act of it was that at some point, potentially, we're going to have a, what they want to call it, a false flag operation at some point. Remember that? Remember they talked about that. We're going to have a false flag operation, and at some point, they could pretend that there are some extraterrestrial beings up in the sky. And there we go. We have to wonder about that, right? And so that's something that we have to think, that could they be preparing us for that? Could the technology prove that? Because we got holographic technology. We got all of these things. That is something that all of you should be wondering about, okay? We all should be wondering about, are they going to do something like Project Bluebeam and all of this stuff? Because that is a scary scenario, okay? And what would you do and what would people do if these extraterrestrials, or they want to pose a difference, all right? So now, what we should be worrying about, and this was just a rumor, but you remember, I've talked about this before, but I remember a few years ago that Oumuamua, and that was the object, that interstellar object that came into our atmosphere and kind of went around Earth, gravitational, and went back. Okay, if y'all haven't done that, just Google it, try to spell it, use the spelling box and the grammar box and do it, but it's going to pop up for you. But you remember Oumuamua, and the name for Oumuamua means scout. So they already had a name for it. That's why they named it that. We did. But it means scout. So that rock that came into our atmosphere was a scout. And it came in and they said, okay, it found us and it went back to where it was going. All right. And all of a sudden, we formed the Space Force immediately. We did. This was years ago. A few years ago back, 3 or 4, last term when Trump was in office. We formed the Space Force. We called in the Navy SEALs, the swimming ducks. We called in everybody on this deal, people, to make sure. And there was a rumor several months ago that the James Webb satellite spotted a brigade of things coming our way. Now, when they see stuff like that, it could be years before it get here, but they can see it because it's not traveling like down I-45 and it's here in 45 minutes, but they can see some stuff that make it here 2 or 3, 4 years from now or longer, okay? But here's the problem. I want y'all to understand something, because you can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up, okay? What I want you to understand is that it's a big-ass space out there. It's a big-ass space, really huge. And for them to be having that thing pointed in the direction to spot something coming is because they already knew where to go. They already knew where to go. They knew to go in the direction to look for something that could possibly, because that's where that rock went back. The moon went back that way. And why not go back and look for an area that something went back? Because if it came into our atmosphere, it went around Earth, okay? And then it went back faster. So they knew it was a controlled object. It was no longer going off of gravitational because it didn't pass us. It came back around and went back. So where I'm going with this is for them to know they had to have this thing because we can't see everything. Our budget don't allow us to look at everything in space. But for them to know something was coming and they saw, that's because they had to know which way to look, period. So those things are things. Now, does that mean that we're going to be under some type of war or attack? No, because there's some kind of hidden laws. I don't know what it is. But somehow within this galaxy, somebody has said, and whoever that is, said, Earth is our shit. Don't fuck with this. So this is why they sneak around, taking us, using us for science fair projects, like why we would do the same damn thing. If we were in a group of us, if 30, it's 150 people in this room. If all of us got on an aircraft and we went to another place, and some of you wanted to be scientists, and some of you wanted to be doctors and explorers, we're going to see some shit running around on 18 legs, and we're going to capture it. We're going to cut it up. We're going to taste it. We're going to see, can we eat from it? What can we learn from it? Oh, look at that. We poke it like this. So why wouldn't they do us like that? The ones that come to and find these creatures walking around with clothing and all that stuff on. That's what they do. That's why they're here. That's why our government made a treaty with some of them and said, hey, by the way, you can take as many of these people as you want, wipe their memories and everything else, and bring the ones back that you want to. Why not? They're studying us. We are probably by far, although you think about intelligence-wise, now what have I read in all the alien books was that there's something about humans that the aliens don't, or extraterrestrial species, I'm using the word species, don't possess, and that is the soul that we have. See, our soul allows us to feel, to reason, and to do things. So if you ever heard about the reptilian stories, they all say that the reptilians have no feelings. They can care less about anything. But somehow this particular experiment or experience that humans have possessed it and whoever created it is sought after throughout the universe. Compassion, love, those things that we have that they're trying to recreate. And that's the whole point. So it's the soul, period. Okay. So when you start thinking about those things, that we are, or Earth is a project planet. Okay. Now, some of us, we can go into it where they say, all right, Roderick, we can talk about, that old saying that Earth is a, what they call it, prison planet, right? We've talked about that before. So we can get into that. And we can do that. So Misty says the soul, yes, or ocean, yeah, there we go. And we will, not Misty Ocean, she didn't say the soul, but she said the soul, but that's the name. That's my bad. All right, so where we're going with this is that you got to think about, so Earth is this project place, is this planet, is this whole point where there's so many things, there's so many species. Somebody has put together this thing and said, this is how we're going to do it. The scary part, and this is what gets to me, okay? The problem is we don't know the ending of the story. We really don't. And because if we start going back to the Mayans and we start going back to all the ancient history, ancient civilizations, these people were here and they're gone. Y'all know that, right? They're gone. No traces of them. And if you think about it, and it's kind of the weirdest things because we see it in movies. You know how they have a place that nobody's living anymore? It's all desolate, and then the trees grow, and all of a sudden the houses disappear, and it's almost like the trees eat the houses up. And, because we see it in movies, right? Or it's radioactive and people haven't been there in 50 years. And all of a sudden it's all grown in and it don't even look like the same. It's almost like the atom. We all are just one atom and something disintegrates it or brings it all the way back or resets it. That's the word. Reset. You know how many times this planet probably been reset and we don't know it? Billions, millions of times. A bunch. We've been reset a lot. That's why we have pyramids. That's why people are gone and coming. And why we think that just because we got an iPhone, we living in the most technologically advanced era, wrong. We're probably dumber than we're probably the dumbest we ever been as a collective human species. Y'all got to know that, right? That just because we got phones and all that, we're in AI, we probably are the dumbest of the centuries. Because back then, they didn't need phones to communicate. They did stuff through their minds. They moved stuff with their minds. Somehow they figured it out to block all of that stuff so we don't have access to those things and we rely on control technology. That's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. We rely on control technology. And I use the word control because somebody manipulates this. Somebody controls this. Somebody is in charge of every time we pick up this thing and push in. And if they want to make it stop, they make it stop. Okay. So let me give you an example. Yes, telepathy is the word. All right. And then also, let me do this tonight because that's just how we roll. We are and I haven't did this in a while. Y'all know my joke. All right. So we're a self-funded, community-funded place. And if anybody want to test the cash out tonight, but what I will say, if you want to give value, if you find any value you want to donate to the show tonight, you can. But let me tell you a story why you should. I'm going to say why you should. So today I went to the store real quickly and I bought some groceries earlier and I knew I was going to live stream and I was going to be here with you all tonight. And that was something I was trying to do, but I couldn't do it. So I said, let me transfer some money to my card, because I use a separate card. And all this week, I've been really apprehensive of sticking my card in these machines. So I will pull on them all because these people are getting data like a fuck everywhere. It's Christmas time. So anyway, I couldn't get into the card and I kept like, damn, trying. So I tried to reset my password about 8 times and blah, blah, blah. So it wouldn't work. And I'm like, damn, I need to transfer some out of my savings and to my checking, to whatever. And I go to the store, to the gas station. I'm on E. And I said, okay, but let me just go to the ATM. I'll pull some out the savings or whatever, because obviously, I can't transfer it through my phone. Man, that joker kept saying 0, 0, 0. And then it was like, call your card provider. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I called them on the phone and the credit card people, right? And just to let you know. So I'm on the phone. I got my card in my pocket. So they turn around and said, well, we're just here. We if your card is stolen, we can do something about it. But it says that 0 and it says fraud alert or whatever. So my credit union, who I use, turned the fraud alert on because something was happening. Of course, I didn't get really notified, and plus they're closed, so I can't even access anything. I'm at the gas station, so I had to call a friend. I said, "Hey, look, I'm stuck," and it was like, "Okay, I'll send you $20 or some on Cash App or whatever." So I'm Cash Apping today, though. But anyway, and I'm like, damn, they're closed. They're closed. Until Thursday. I have no access. People, that's a fucked up situation. And I'm telling you, so I thought I was really smart because I was like, well, I do have a safe deposit box and I got $2 in it. That didn't work because the safe deposit box is at the fucking bank. This is why they're switching us to crypto and all of people keep their fucking cash, keep you some cash everywhere. Because that was a real rude awakening of the control situation. And had I been worth $1 million, I couldn't do nothing about it. Not a damn thing. You did? Not nothing. I couldn't do nothing about it. So y'all, I'm just letting you know, there's a wake up. Oh, y'all so sweet. Somebody said here. All right, the godmother said, hey, here you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. But anyway, so all right, so I'll make it home tonight. Thank you. Much love. But that's the serious stuff. But it's the scary stuff because Yeah, okay, the cash out was linked to that card if I was using it. But now, okay, so I got some gas money in here. Appreciate it, Diana. Y'all, give her a shout out. Do I have my clapping noise or something? There we go. Oh, no. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So I just want you to know that whatever it is, we cannot be reading. I'm telling that story too, because we're all caught up in all of this fucking technology, okay? And that was a serious freaking eye opener to a brother. You better believe it was, okay? And it is. Y'all get what I'm saying? It is, because it's just something to go from there. Yeah, I'm getting some love now. Thank you. All right. That's my guy. My guy. What's up, man? All right. You know what? That's a friend of mine, and we go a long way back. Appreciate it. Yeah, and you know what? Again, it all helped. And I'm not lying to y'all. I was going to just stay here tonight. I mean, I was already going to live stream anyway, but I'm saying, I was like, okay, y'all know my mom. I got to go there every night and stuff. And so I just, like I said, I called a friend up and I was telling her, I was like, she was all night, her and her husband. And they was in here a while ago in the chat. It was like, here. And I said, yeah, I'm just going to go back to the office. I mean, I got food and stuff. It wasn't no problem. But again, it was a wake up of control. And I got to wait to Thursday, just to call them and say, take the fraud off. It's me. And I want my own money at the bank. I want my own money. Oh, we got to do something. Yeah. Somebody said the card on fraud alert because I used it. I wouldn't doubt it if you didn't. She said she used it in Vegas. Well, you probably got kicked out of the casino. I don't have casino money, sweetie. You know what I'm saying? You could have bought a drink or two. You could have got your ass drunk. I can get you drunk. And yeah, but other than that, I hope you wasn't gambling because there's a debt to pay. All right, so here we go. Let's continue the conversation, okay? And we're gonna do that. But I know I'm funny. Y'all can laugh. I'm funny. I really am. Sometimes I laugh at myself. I love me some me, and I laugh at myself because I love me some me. And that's some of the things there that you should know. But anyway, for those of you who did, the two people, I want y'all to know it was two people with great hearts as fuck who heard my story and believed me because I was telling the fucking truth. But I also was asking for donations too at the same time. So it would have been two purposes at this point. But y'all know me. I just tell y'all what's up. All right. So, but here's the deal. Here's the real deal. Okay. People, we are going to have some issues in the years to come. And I say this mentally for all of you. Becky's in the house. What's going on as well? I say this, and Sonia, are you at work or are you at home? Because Sonia talks about this UFO stuff. You might need to, you ain't been on stage in a while. You might want to come on stage in a little bit too. Because I'll start bringing some of y'all up in just a little bit if y'all want to talk. And, I'll bring people in and out. We're going to be here into New Year's. And so I don't want y'all just sitting up there, blah, blah, blah. But we can go in a lot of directions of conversation. So we're good at that. Another thing is we got a lot of stuff happening in the future. Okay. I want y'all to know that. And so be prepared that they're going to put out a lot of information about UFOs to get you to no longer think it's an issue to talk about, because it's really not. Once we get to a point to where they're saying, okay, don't really worry about those things. But outside of that, that is something that you want to decide and you want to think about, is to say, okay, how are we going to do this? Well, they gotta get you acclimated to the point that it's real, right? You got to know that it's real. And once you know that it's real, then you're not going to be too much upset when stuff starts to really show. The problem is that now we have more things flying around in our skies and orbs, and it's more than just a UFO ship, okay? Because these things are interdimensional. Oh yeah, okay, ladies, I'm coming home to you right now. So a lot of these things are interdimensional. Anyway, tongue twist. Y'all know the word I'm trying to say. All right, interdimensional. Let me slow it down for you. So a lot of these things are interdimensional, and they're going through these different portals and all these things. And you remember the conversation on Christmas, the Pope open a portal. Y'all remember that? There were some videos of people showing that how they was coming in and coming out, and all these faces were shape-shifting as though they was letting demons out of this thing. I believe it, even though, I didn't see all of that close, but it's possible because it's just so much stuff now, man. You got to be open-minded for all of this stuff. You got to be open-minded for this stuff. And y'all heard me always tell you, the mind is like a parachute. It only works best when it's open. And y'all always know I tell you guys, your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. I say it again. Your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. It doesn't matter what you see. If your mind ain't right, you ain't going to know what you're looking at in the first place, period, point blank. And there's a lot of people's mind that's not right when it comes down to this phenomenon, and they think they know. All right? Dr. Strange said about the personal. I'm going to put a note on that. I will tell y'all that again in a little bit. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be like a radio host. It is 10 o'clock, 10:19. At the top of the hour, at 11 o'clock, if you all are still here, I will tell y'all the story. And you should still be here, 11 o'clock our time. I will tell you about the story of me went to Oregon and meeting people from another planet or whatever. It's a real true story. Okay. So I'm going to put it right here. Alien story. No, I'm going to, the meeting story. And if I do forget, we're talking 11 p.m. Central. Somebody sending me a reminder. Any of my team or any of you in the chat, like Dr. Strange Dooms did, and we will talk about it. Fair enough, Dr. Strange? Would that work? At the top of the hour, not the bottom, but the top of the next hour coming up, I will tell that story. Okay. And you want to hear it. All y'all do. You want to hear it. All right. So we're going to go there. All right. So there was a picture of a alien corpse in Mexico. Y'all remember that? At one point in time, they showed that little body or whatever and creature, and it was the biggest thing this year. And NASA officials addressed the reports of alleged non-human corpus presented in Mexico, and they stated while one of its key priorities is the search for life elsewhere in the universe, there is no credible evidence to support the claims of that extraterrestrial presented within the thing. All right. So, I got my iWatch. Look at that. Cash App on the watch, baby. That's what time it is. Let's see who else just gave. Let's give them a shout out. Let's go here. Much love to Alicia. There we go. I know it's tight out there, man. It's Christmas time and all that stuff. And for those of you who made a thought about it, all right. And y'all give Jerry a shout out. I love y'all. I really do. I love y'all. Thank y'all for supporting as well. And again, if you find any value or anything you want to support, it's right there, pretty much. And y'all probably been knowing I haven't been live streaming in a while because I've been trying to work on presenting different content. And y'all have proved some of this new content that I like. I'm putting out. Y'all do not want to see it. We'll talk about that too. I was trying to do some crime conspiracy stuff. And so the last two videos I put up, like a true crime mixed with conspiracy and the Jay-Z mixed with conspiracy, the views have been like, phew. But the next one that I'm putting up, y'all need to see it. And it's going with our new theory, is this right here. I gave you a shout out, Sam. I even told our story a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I gave you a shout out, you know? So Sam, let me give him one. But see, Sam is a friend of mine. And if I wanted to give you a real shout out, we'd have been looking up the Michael Jackson song, "The Girl Is Mine." Oh, my, I don't care about what you think. You know, because we used to sing these songs back in the day with me and him and all this stuff. I sing a part, he sing a part. It was Michael Jackson and Paul McCarthy and all that stuff. So that would have been your personal shout out, my bro. You know what I'm saying? All right. And Rebel Raider said, "I'm Jerry." Oh, thank you. All right. So I get to get a real name with who you are because y'all got all these aliases and stuff. So thank you, Jerry, for the support. And but anyway, they said that remember that thing was kind of fake. They was trying to say that, but then there was other people saying that it was real because they tested the substance of this stuff. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't have aliens and stuff that small, because we all think of giants or thinking 8 feet and all of that stuff. So that was a whole different world. We can go back in the past and talk about the Vegas incident. And if you go look that kid up, his whole life is changed, period. All right. I mean, I think they did an interview and the whole family screwed up now, period. I mean, these people are screwed up completely. All right. So that's something that we have to think about, and it's crazy when it does that. So the Vegas incident, remember the Miami malls. I'm just going over some of these things, all the reports of people seeing things. And remember that Miami mall incident, and as I go over it, was the fact that, they brought everyone. Okay. I want y'all to start looking at why, not what happens. Why did they bring everyone? They brought the Navy SEALs, the swimming ducks, the 3 letters, everything to Miami that day. You think they didn't get a phone call and tell these people, because remember the narrative later, there was a bunch of black kids in this fight and all that. If they knew that was the case and they brought all those people, that would have been a bigger story of why you bring all this excessive force to a bunch of children that was African American, and then you bring in all these black vehicles and people. They brought it because there was something there. They brought everyone because there was something there amongst the fight. You get what I'm saying? Because 2 things could be true at the same time. When they brought everyone, not because on the radio they said there are some kids with sticks, but you bring every gun, every car, every SWAT team, you bring them, but we got kids with sticks here fighting. But nobody really thought about that and thought it wasn't true or whatever. They brought everyone for a reason. And it wasn't because the kids were fighting. That would have been a catastrophe for the media relations, that there's a bunch of black kids fighting and you bring SWAT teams and trucks and rifles and black helicopters and cars. And remember, they had 96 cars there and they had all these different people there. They was looking for something, people. They were looking for something. Something was there. And kids were in danger, more likely. So they brought everyone. They did. So just look at what is happening, because something is happening right before our eyes. And the narrative they try to paint us, we forget these things and we don't look closely at the truth. And that's why I said truth versus authority and everything else. Timothy said, love the notion to finish the picture, but the sweet took and moving the goalposts. All right. Love the spirit within the totem. All right. Man, I don't even know what you mean by that. All right, cool. Misty said a portal opened up in the wrong latitude and longitude. That's possible. Good forces among us. And yeah. All right. So here's the deal. It is, and after I tell my story tonight, yeah, there you go. Truth versus authority store. All right. You know what? Let me play a quick commercial that Leah's just put up. And it's going to be 20 seconds. Okay. Y'all just check it out since we are, promoting. Here we go. All right, so that was just us. So that you saw all of those shirts are in what I call a rebellious tone, because it's rebellion type people that we are looking for when it comes down to this, because you got to have a rebellious spirit to be a truth seeker. You have to. And that is something that's important. So if you do have that, then just pretty much. But that's where you will find some of this stuff. And I think the website is still up. I don't know. Liz, check and see. I don't know if did I keep it up? Because I was taking it down for a while, because I was like, you know what, ain't nobody, whatever. But let me know. because I can't check it right now, but if it's, I could, but let me know, Liz, if it's up. Check that URL. Then we can kind of go from there. It's up. Okay, cool. So there you go. Y'all can go to it, shop, hit the shop, like she said, and they'll take you straight to the shirts. You can order them. I make them here. And then, we have our shirt department over there. Then I ship them out and everything else. And there will be other colors, but black, but they all have the seal on it of protection. Every shirt has a seal of protection on it and everything else purposely. So that is something that we all could do and know. All right, so let's continue with the conversation. Like I said, after the top of the hour, I'll tell the alien story. I'm gonna go totally deep into it. I'm gonna give y'all every part of it, since we're gonna be here tonight, right? And so I'll tell you that. And then after that, if you are wanting to come on live, you got something to say, I will then put the link in the chat in a little while after I tell a story at the top of the hour. You can come up on screen and we can talk. We can talk about anything y'all want. And pretty much, but like I said, we're not doing couch potatoes. If there's more people want to come, we'll bring it up, because we can hold it actually up to about 9 or 10 people and keep the conversation fluid and everything else. We're not doing any of the Freaky Friday stuff. That kind of did hurt the algorithm a little bit, but at the same time, that was something different. And then that's when I used to kind of share personal relationship stuff, and I'm done with all of that. I've learned some lessons recently, that I'm learning, and now I'm just staying in my lane. I'm gonna stay in my lane and just wait it out, because it's a whole different world. All right, so anyone still reading the books? You know what? Monica had got busy, and so I had got busy. But the book club, yeah, there's still some stuff out there, and pretty much from there. And all right, and there is we don't need to talk about that one. I'm gonna talk about something else. We're gonna talk about the honey. We can talk about the time traveler stuff in a little bit. I got a whole list of things. Let's go into Antarctica right quick for a little bit. Let's go into Antarctica. Let me put that on my thing, and then we're gonna talk about something I think everybody needs to hear about as well. And that's not my story. We'll get to that too. All right, we're going to talk about Antarctica, and let's get into that. So, Antarctica is a place with one of the most horrific terrain known to mankind. It is probably the most ruthless place that life can exist as a human, which is why we're not there. Okay. The weather is unforgiving. The conditions is out of whack, period. But yet, some of our most infamous stories of Antarctica is to be really something I think a lot of people need to really think about, okay? We can go all the way back to the Admiral Byrd story, where I think it was Project High Jump is what it was, where at that time there was the race for nuclear weapons was in full effect. Russia, or at that time Soviet Union, what there was called, China and Germany, I think, or whatever. Well, there was at that time, uranium was the highest grade things, and there was a rumor that there was a lot of uranium out in those particular areas. Okay, and so that was the thing. So our government at the time said, we're going to send a bunch of people over there, and the goal was to get them, whoever, to bend to the will of the United States of America. So we're going to start there first, and then I'll give you the second story. And we sent 3,200 people over there. We sent the first weaponized nuclear submarine. We sent aircraft, battleships or whatever. And when they got there, they were met with a Bell or UFO craft, okay, Admiral Byrd. And within 3 minutes, this damn thing decimated our fleet, okay. Now, why did they do that? Why did they attack us at the time? Because usually they don't do it. Well, let me go back and give you a story that happened long before that, back in whenever. there was a story that that I forget the name of the group. It was through I think it was Germany or Russia. No, it was Russia. That's what it was. They ended up sending people over to Antarctica on some type of excursion. I think it was it had to have been German, one of the two. Well, when they got there, they were met by 3 large bronze beings and some short grays or whatever. And the beings claimed to be our creators and everything else, and told them they knew why they was there, and told them to don't come back, blah, blah, blah. So the people went back and they reported to, that's who it was. I think it was Soviet Union. They reported back to their leadership that they met these beings, but their leadership felt that they were trying to be a little weak or wimped out on the condition of Antarctica and put them all in prison. But we overheard it through our spies. And that's where Project Paperclip came in. And so when they told us not to come back over there, and that they already knew why we was coming, and it wasn't a good idea to look for uranium because they don't think we need to have the possession of a destructive weapon like that. So we go back over there, and upon arriving with Project Paperclip or High Jump, they kicked our ass quick. And Admiral Byrd came back and said, and retreated and told our military leaders that the enemy showed mercy because they could have wiped us out completely. But within 3 minutes, they took care of these subs. And you can look it up. It's a true story. And that's another part. We have all these documented true stories, but still people can't really believe these things, right? So anyway, so they ended up, at that point, opening up a can of whoop ass on us in a heartbeat, and they took care of business. And the Admiral Byrd, they ended up putting him in a crazy home because they didn't want him to tell the truth that we knew. So why would they attack us? Only because they knew we were coming with the first nuclear-powered submarine. We had all these crafts. We had all these things. And they knew Lillian is in the house tonight. So they knew that we were coming. And so they stopped this stuff. But we don't think about it when it comes to Antarctica. Now, Linda Moulton Howe had a report from the Rangers at the time that it was a medical unit that was responding to a medical emergency in Antarctica, and there was a particular area in Antarctica that they could not fly. They were supposed to fly around. But apparently they felt that if they did not get there fast enough or handle the medical emergency, that whoever the person would be injured pretty bad. So they go and they do this, and they fly across Antarctica, which is off limits to fly, and there is where it popped. So it's 24 minutes. So you must be in Eastern time. Okay, great. We're in Central. I'm in Central. But we'll celebrate, New Year's in all time zones, or the ones we can. So they went through, and when they said they passed over, they saw this huge hole. And that's when they seen things going in and out. That is a big, huge cavern. Now, so that y'all know, and it's one of the biggest tricks of them all, that every country has a base or position a base surrounding Antarctica. Every country on the planet have a military base around Antarctica. And Antarctica is the only place that no one can go without permission of the, whatever they call it, United Nations or whoever. Why is that? Not what, but why? Because it's a protected area for a reason. Now, for example, it's a base, but I heard that the trick is that they didn't want the aliens to know that they're surrounding them if the shit ever hit the fan. What do they know? Now, Linda Moulton Howe says that these people reported that when they went there, they saw doors with all these Egyptian or not Egyptian, whatever type of hieroglyphs, stuff that's all on the walls. It pulsated, it illuminated as though it had life itself was on it. Now, Admiral Byrd, as I move you to another story, claims when they flew over it or when they went to Antarctica, they saw luscious trees and mammoths and stuff, mammoth elephants who's supposed to be extinct, walking around like it went into a whole nother portal or another dimension or something. This is Antarctica. Okay. So it's one of those things that once we think about it, but people don't fathom it today because it doesn't make sense, or maybe it is whatever. But people, these stories exist in plain daylight or in real time. But because we are so busy in our daily lives, and they designed it this way, they make sure that we're frustrated. They make sure that mentally we're just strung the fuck out, that we don't think about all this stuff, this unbelievable stuff. And in fact, we just can't even worry about it. But it exists right in plain sight. Which leads me to these books that I'm studying. And so how many of you saw or didn't watch this stuff? All right. So, okay, that's just one. But anyway, I posted some content that I was doing, like I said, crime, conspiracy, or whatever. But the next story that you're going to see in a few or next week is this. This is the thumbnail. They took him. And this is me studying a lot of stuff. So I'm sure a lot of you've heard of David Pilates. Okay. And if you haven't, look it up. Look up David Pilates. He does stuff on missing people all over. And then he started concentrating on people coming up missing in the national forest. And then so have I. I've been reading all of these books, and I have a lot more. But anyway, this is part 1, 2, 3. And I thought it's time for me to start doing a lot of videos on that, because it's not that people are coming up missing as regular people, but we're talking about these unexplained disappearances where people and children are coming up missing, where their families are looking at them, literally. They're maybe 10 or 15 feet away. They turn their head and they turn back, and the people are gone without a trace. They call in everyone, and we're going to talk about a few cases. I'm just going to go through some of these in the book in a minute. But this is real. Now, we already got trafficking, human trafficking. We already got those kind of issues right now that we know about. Oh, my God. We got a good one there. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Y'all let's do a shout out there. Look, I could have caused a fire knocking over my thing. All right. So I love what you do, brother. Knowledge is journey. Communities make a difference. Just wanted to show support, in which you much peace, power, and prosperity, brother. All right. So y'all give a shout out there. Yeah. Ain't seen that in a long time. I haven't. Yeah, I used to get a lot of support, man. I really did. And then my ego played in it, because I got really tired of, just always, saying y'all, and I knew it's hard on y'all, support. And I needed it. Because, I'm trying to do all this stuff full time and stuff. So I had started trying to figure out other ways to do things and all of that stuff. But we are almost there. This should be our year, and we can kind of go there. But anyway, yes, thank you, Lub, for the support. So these people are coming up missing in the national forest, okay? And we're talking some of the circumstances that we probably get some of them in this book, but I can kind of explain the story that I'm doing here. Is this guy. So this next story is Dennis Martin. This is the story I'll be putting up the video. So make sure y'all watch it. And speaking of that, like I said, y'all haven't been watching none of my other stuff anyway. The Diddy stuff. And I got some good editing and all of that, or pretty much, but I'm just trying to do more content. And before I get into that, because I'm all over the place, because we got places to talk. Do y'all want to, at some point, get into symbolism? I've been talking with a lot of people. I've been talking to my guy, brother Joseph, down there in Houston, or down there in that area. We're going to do a lot of stuff here in Dallas. We're actually going to do a few events here in Dallas. We're planning it right now. And he's going to come up a few times, and we're going to do some stuff. But we're going to talk about symbolism. And Mara said, hey, you're good, Rod. No one's perfect. I know, right? I appreciate you. Much love. And we're thinking about doing some stuff. Yeah. So Joseph is a real cool cat. I went down, we met, and then I ended up meeting him in person. I went down to the event, Met a lot of good people there, some cool people. People live here in Dallas, people there. But anyway, him and I, we just spoke the other day. So we're going to start doing some stuff. And I didn't know, I was either going to do another channel for that because it's different type of content when we do here. But I think it's something everybody needs to learn, or you need to know hidden symbols, what is happening out there for us tonight. Yes, that's who, yeah, we're talking about the same people, Nick. Oh my God, yes. So I'm thinking about doing some of those things, and pretty much. And so I would either do it here or I was going to do it on a second channel and then just start doing those things. So we're going to try to figure that out, to do that. I'm going to do some symbolism symposiums. You know, of course, I filed for a trademark, the symbolizer, you know, like Denzel Washington, the equalizer, the vigilante of justice, Roderick Martin, the symbolizer, the vigilante of truth, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I already got my theme and shit, my superpowers and all that stuff. So we're going to be doing that. But if that's something that you all may be interested in, I got to know either if I start a new channel, a lot of you not going to even know it because the algorithm is not going to send you stuff. If I do it here, it may conflict with some of the stuff that we're doing because I'm trying to put more content that'll go bigger, more views, so that income be made off the channel and not so much of saying, hey, everybody support the show or with this stuff, when YouTube ad space will take care of all that, you know. So, but anyway, if you are going to support the show, there's the Cash App link up there tonight. And just whatever value you have, you can send pretty much before the New Year's is up, preferably, right? All right. So, but yeah, so we're gonna do some stuff on symbols, and I think it would be really good to really truly do those things, and then maybe have a private members area, because there'll be some stuff on symbolism we cannot put here on the airwaves. Y'all know that, right? They will kick this channel's ass so quick that it's not in there, because that is some good stuff that we just cannot put in real time. So we either have to put it behind a paywall, because, and it's not on YouTube, it's on a paid platform that doesn't care because you are the owner of your content, but it cannot come here. Not the detailed stuff that we want to do. So that's one of, somebody said when you put on the sunglasses, you will see all the symbols. Yeah. So, you know, and symbolism is everywhere, period. Everywhere. So if you are in the Dallas area and you're hearing the thing tonight, put Dallas, and I'll make sure we get some information to. So I know Lillian is here in Dallas. And I think someone else, there was a couple more. But if you're here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area or nearby or whatever, put in chat where you live, and if you live in this area, so I know. And we'll make sure that we all get in contact with one another. And if you hear me at this point. All right, so the National Forest, there's thousands and thousands of people come up missing. I don't even know why some of y'all even would go there. And people still take their ass in there, okay? But, and these people are coming up missing all the time. Some of them are found and some of them are never heard from again. But the circumstances that some of these people is a crazy thing. Mara said a lot of people from Chicago actually moved to Texas. Well, you didn't. Right? No, you're still in Chicago. You said Chi-Town. Someone said, I just moved to Dallas, from Dallas to California. I moved from Dallas to California. Oh, okay. All right. California, there he is. All right. And then when did you move? Recently? And why California, at all places? Why California? Earthquakes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Not in Dallas, but I have friends in DFW, Flower Mound. Yeah, that's up north. Yeah, they still consider within the vicinity. It's about 30 minutes drive from Flower Mound to Dallas from there. So you have to, how can I put this? These people are coming up missing in some of the strangest ways, okay? And we'll talk about that. So the story that I'm doing now about Dennis Martin was him, his granddad, his dad went to the one of the national parks in Oregon or something like that, and they were celebrating Father's Day or something. And they met with another family. Well, all the kids decided they was going to play, and where they was located was kind of like a place that was kind of open where campsite was, and they can play around in an area, but the actual forests were way down somewhere else. Well, one of the kids decided to hop into the bushes because they wanted to scare the old folks. And the old folks looking at him, so it's like, okay, we got to be scared, though. He was 6 years old, that he's hiding behind the bushes, but peekaboo shit, right? So the little boy goes behind the bush, and everybody else pop out peekaboo. He wasn't there. He didn't come out. And so the parents, the father, grandfather's like, Dennis, where you at? And it was one of the biggest searches known to mankind, okay? 1,400 people were involved. 1,400. Because they have these SAR teams or search and rescue teams that are all on standby and volunteers anytime, because apparently missing people in the forest happens all the time. And there's a lot of reasons people come up missing, where they get, disoriented or, take a wrong turn or something, they do. And like I say, fortunately, some people do be found, but there's a lot of people that's not. And David Pilates did a lot of stories on that. But when he started doing this connection of things that was happening, it was really profound. He started talking about that a lot of these people were coming up missing from 2 to 5 o'clock p.m., that a lot of these people, when they bring out the search dogs, the dogs would not go follow those particular scents at all. There were a numerous amount of people that was talking about, they was talking about berries. Like these kids said, the berry man, it was something about berry bushes. He has it all, hundreds and hundreds of people. They was either inside a berry patch or something about something was happening in the berry bushes. Now, it's kind of symbolic in a way, because if you go back to the old King Kong movies, remember, they knocked his ass out drinking berries. You remember that? The old black and white King Kong, right? Ooh, Kong. Remember that? Because I was young, and some of you are young enough to remember. But when they captured him, he drank some berry juice, and that's how they knocked his big ass out. So they were saying that all these people were talking about the berry man or something, and they just would lost him. But what's happening with these berry bushes? Okay. Then the other part was all 4 years, all 4 seasons, no matter what season it was, winter, spring, fall, and summer, every time that they got the phone calls that a person was snatched or missing, all of a sudden a rainstorm comes in. They got to document it. And it would kind of like just keeps them from looking for people for days on purpose, whether it washed away tracks or whatever. And he started saying this stuff was undeniable because it was happening. And there was more. So when Derek, and like I said, that video will be posted next week. And first of all, so that's what I was going to start doing. I was going to do a lot of stories on people missing in national forests, and they was UFO alien related, because I was looking for more topic to put up on the podcast videos and do what we're doing, because I'm just trying to create better content. And so Dennis' story was when they end up calling the park rangers, all these people came out really fast and said, all right, let's look into finding this little boy. And they searched for him in 30 square miles. Okay. At the same exact time, there was another family called the Keys. The Keys, which was 2 miles away at the exact time when he was missing, reported seeing some ragged man, because at that time, and looked like he was carrying something on his shoulder, but he was in full motion, what they call it. In other words, it wasn't human, moving as fast and big as it was, but it looked like it was carrying something, and it had this growl and screech and all of this stuff. But it was 2 miles away. 2 miles. So whatever it was. So the Rangers come out, but here's the part of the story that shook everybody. The FBI comes out and starts searching, in which everybody felt that it was unusual because the FBI is not coming out looking for no missing person. They would come out if it was something else, something more sinister, something more whatever. So the FBI gets involved looking for this kid. All right. They searched everywhere. They didn't find no foot tracks, no clothing, no nothing. They dogs. They had helicopters, swimming ducks, and they could not figure it out. And they didn't really check into the story of that wild man thing because it was just too far away. It was just no way he would have made it there within minutes that far, unless he went to a portal or something. So they looked for him for weeks. They couldn't find him. No trace, no clothing, zero, nothing. And it went down as one of the biggest things in history of all times. Now, I got this book called The Anonymous Ranger. He wrote it. Guy said, I just decided not to put my name in this shit because he's just like, no, I just can't do it. And he's like, he was not going to put his name on it, but he was a park ranger and he decided to share the stories that he had out there. He wanted people to kind of know, the stories and what's going on. So I looked at some of the stories, but they start talking about all of these people. Hang on, I'm sorry. They start talking about how these people were spotting like these creatures in these caves, in the jungles, this pungent smell, all of these reports. So we can talk about Sasquatch, we can talk. And then I started thinking, how come we can't find them? How come we can't see these things? And then it hit me. I started doing data. Well, we're talking about 2 million acres of land, of some of the most rugged terrain known to man, where I started studying that the Indians, all of our ancient ancestors, they all moved away from the forest. They packed the fuck up and they moved away from the forest. Purposely, people, because they did not want whatever was happening in there, which they knew, to happen. That's why they moved away. They did not build nothing in. So that Robin Hood treehouse shit was not going on back then. They knew to stay out of there because ancient myths and ancient stuff. And so when you start thinking about it, it is a perfect place, if you were extraterrestrial, to begin to snatch people. And some of these stories were so where they will find bodies or remnants of bodies in places that they had already searched. Hundreds of people, 2 or 3 times, grid searching over and over. They would find people that showed up later back there. They would find people who came back. One little boy was walking and was some kind of mist, and he walks up out of the mist. This little boy was 2, 3, or 4 years old and had been gone for fucking weeks. No food, no nothing. And he just shows back up. And they like, where he come from? And those things, anyway. So anyway, it is 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Okay. I'm going to take a restroom break if y'all listening. And I'm going to put up a little sign thing here, and I'll just play a little background music while I'm gone. I'm going to take a restroom break. And then that way at the top of the hour, when I come back in a few seconds, I'm going to just go in there. Then I'll tell y'all my story if you want to hear it about what happened when I went to Oregon. Okay. And I know a lot of you want to hear the story. So I'm going to put some on the screen just to kind of just put something here to block the cameras of whatever. There we go. And here we go. Well, let me just put it right there. I'm going to put some on the screen And then it'll play a little background music while I'm gone, and little story time music. Yeah. Maybe it'll play. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. That's all. I'm coming right back once you're ready. All right now. All right, so let me turn the music off here. All right, so we're back. All righty. Yeah, I washed my hands already. Okay, so actually it is Happy New Year for everybody who's in New York. All right. Looks like we lost about 30, 40 people. Said, oh shit, he's taking a break, I'm gone. And maybe they went and coming back. So either which way, we Happy New Year. So if you are in the East Coast, it is Happy New Year to you. It's Happy New Year to each and every one of you there. So I want to thank all of you. It is 2025, and it's a year that it's the beginning of the year. So I think we can all take our time to say, okay, we're going to do this, or we're going to, what's the word? New Year's resolutions or all of the stuff that we want to say that we want to do. But either which way, it is time to understand that whatever you're going to do, however you're going to start over or do whatever you do, now's the time to begin a process of doing that. So again, Happy New Year. If you're in the East Coast, if you're here in Texas with us or Central Time, we got 58 minutes. And so that is my journey to make sure that we bring in the new year together with some better understanding of things that we want to go and do. So if you stuck around to hear the story, first of all, how many of you heard the story? I think I was told it a couple of times, but maybe one or two, maybe. But how many of you heard the story when I went to the UFO Fest and what happened there? And if you heard the story, let me know. Yeah, so I think we can kind of look in there. But anyway, how many of you heard the story? And kind of let me know if we can do that as well. Someone just text something. I'll read it a little later. Okay, and we'll go from there. So I don't know. I got to check for some text about something. I can't read it all right now, but I will. Yeah, we would do. But anyway, so Someone said I heard some. Lex says I'm new. Girl from the Bay said me. Michelle said I have not heard the story. Anyone else have not heard the story? I'm just trying to get confirmation. I'm just hoping I ain't here by myself. I see 100 and some folks, but maybe y'all don't want to participate in the chat. Maybe y'all at work. Maybe you're tied up for the new year. Maybe your mate got you tied and your hands tied and all that stuff. Just maybe. Tell me. Nick says nope. Someone said, she said, I'd love to hear it again. All right. I mean, come on, give me some participation. 5 people, 3 haven't heard, 2 have, and 1 to hear it again. That's it. All right. Let's say I just got here. It's a good story, by the way, and it's real. I was up all day last night because my dog got sprayed by a squee. All right, yeah, that's some hard story. Anyone else? No one else? 2 more, 3 more. I heard it, but would like to hear it again. Okay, Maya heard it. Tina said I don't think so, but I've heard tons of stories this past year. All right, this is a good one though. It's a really good story. All right, okay. If I can get 10 more people that have not heard the story, let me know, and I'll tell you. 10 different people who have not heard the story. I got 1, 9 more to go. All right, 2, 8 more to go that I haven't seen. Sean said he just got in. All right. Les said I'm listening. So I need 7 more people. New people that have not heard the story that I know you're here, then I'll get right into it. Y'all know I'm going to tell y'all anyway. All right. Somebody said I haven't heard it. Okay, so let's go like this. So let me tell y'all how it goes. So we got enough people to hear. That's what she said. Okay. All right. So take a break from the missing for and tell the story. All right. So here's the deal. If you remember, I got a invite to speak at the McMinnville UFO conference. It's a real big conference. They've been doing it for years. Some of the top ufologists and people speak there. So they contacted my agent at the time and said, hey, they actually sent me a letter and said, we heard what you was doing about Project Black, and we really think it's time, and we would love for you to speak at our conference this year. So I was like, oh, shit, okay. So anyway, it was in Oregon, and this is a place that for the last 20 years, they ended up having a conference, and 20,000 people showed up. We got like parade. They have all of this stuff, and the whole town gets involved. The whole town is in the ufology spirit. Okay, they everywhere. I'm talking the whole freaking town of McMinnville in that area downtown. And so it's a tradition. And so anyway, I get there, and there was 5 speakers, and so they have these golf carts. They gave each one of us a golf cart and said, it's yours. Here's your keys. You can get around the whole town. Even the police officers and police cars and everyone knew that we, the speakers, will have these golf carts. And so therefore they didn't bother. They let us just drive down the street right in traffic with everybody else because they knew we was there. So it's a town event. So I got my own golf cart. I'm riding around, and this is before the parade itself. And so they brought us in 2 days before. So I'm having a good time. And the whole time though, they give us these little cards to eat places, and they have some real great food. If you into the mountainous stuff, a lot of what they call those things where everyone have beers. They have a name for them though, where all these places are beer places. Rocky Mountain beer it is, or what? Not Rocky Mountain, but just I forget what they call them though. But breweries or something. But they all specialize in some type of beer or ale or whatever they want to call it. So for me, it was a challenge finding food that I really like because, the main thing they have was like some fish, some cod or something, So I was like, tap rooms, yeah, that may have been it. But they ended up giving us these debit cards or money cards, but all the stores knew that the speaker was there. So they all let us use these things there. It's like a whole town thing. So the day of the parade, which was the most exhilarating thing that I ever been in my life, there's 20,000 people. And we're going through this cart, and some of y'all probably seen the videos. If you go to the YouTube, I put a couple of them up, and there was just people everywhere. And all the UFO fanatics, kids with spacesuits on and look like aliens. A perfect place to foreshadow. If you are an alien, you would fit right in. Nobody would know, right? It just don't make sense. So my day was to speak on a Saturday, and then I was going to do the panel with Ryan Graves, if y'all remember the air pilot that has been famous for the Tic Tac videos. He was one of the pilots. So he was a special guest there as well. So we're in this thing, and so each individual speak at a certain time. So the people, if depending on who was speaking, you will pay for to see. Now, a lot of you are texting, so meaning you're kind of in the past of this thing. So if you hit your button to go live, you will be in real time. So if you hear this when you hear it, you will know that because some of you are commenting on something I said 5 minutes ago. So I know that you're behind. But if you make yourself live, it'll bring you up to speed. Yeah, or hit the live button or refresh it to live or whatever. So anyway, so on that Saturday, I was supposed to speak, I spoke Saturday. And when I finished, I had a panel to be on that night at 6 p.m. And my time to speak was at 1 o'clock. But this whole time, and it was the third day, so I was really hungry. And I was like, man, I would love to have some Chinese food. That's all I kept thinking. Well, I want some Chinese food. I wanted Chinese food. But I didn't know where they would go. So after I gave the Project Black speech, and I won't get into that part, but I got a standing ovation for it, the whole 9 yards, 800 people. And it was just the most best feeling I've had, just being recognized at that moment. It was just totally a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Okay. So we ended up doing that. And so I was like, okay, there was like a line of people waiting to speak to me one by one or sign some stuff or just whatever it was. But it was one lady that kind of stood off, and she was just waiting patiently for everybody to finish talking to me. And so she comes up to me and she says, hi, Roderick. She says, I got your Chinese food. And I'm like, what? Like, how do you know I wanted some Chinese food? That's all I've been thinking about. So I just thought it was a match right there. And then she said, also, I got a cousin I want you to meet. He's her husband is a black man, and he was something about a alien story. So I felt, I'm finna get the scoop on a story. So, right, that's cool. And later didn't know that it's like whoever it was at that moment knew what to say to me. Okay. So I was like, okay. So, but I felt a little apprehensive about it. I was like, you know what? You don't need to be going nowhere with nobody. And why? But I wanted some Chinese food. Shit, I was hungry. And I was like, this would be perfect. But I ended up telling the people who were putting the event together that I was about to leave. And she saw the kind of look on my face, and she's like, well, if you worried, why go? You don't even know who these people is. So why would you go? And I'm like, well, that makes sense. But then I started manning up, you know what I'm saying? Shit, you know what I'm saying? I got ninja skills and shit. I can box and fucking whatever. And she looked like she wasn't about 120 pounds. One blow, shit, I'm winning. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck I'm scared about? You know what I'm saying? I'm King Kong. You know what I'm saying? But inside I was like, wimpy, hefty, wimpy. So I told someone else because I wanted some accountability here. If something happened, y'all knew I went with somebody. But by the time I was getting ready to tell them the story, I looked back, she was standing behind me. So she had already came in to get me. So I was like, well, let's roll. All right. So we get out into the car, and I had my briefcase and my computer laptop. And so I told her, because it was like 3 o'clock. That's what it was. And I said, well, I got to be back by whatever to speak on the panel. So we can't stay long. She was like, no problem. I just want you to meet my cousin and whatever. So I'm still a little nervous. And then she says to me, because I'm thinking, she says, don't worry, you're going to be okay. And I'm like, all right. No coincidence there. All right, well, it's cool. I'm sizing up. I can take her though. You know what I'm saying? I'm swift and shit. And then, and because she might have been able to outrun and do something, I would have threw a death blow first. I would, bam. You know what I'm saying? Because I had one or two good ones. You know what I'm saying? So I'm mapping this shit out. And then where do I run? And I'm like, all right, cool. So we get Damon. So we get into the car and we begin to drive. And we pull up into this Chinese restaurant, and then I'm fucking relieved because I'm finna buffet it out now. So this is real. We're going to Chinese food. We're real. I'm like, fuck it, let's do it. It's real. I'm going to do it. So I get out the car, and I'm telling her to let the windows up because I got my laptop bag, and she said, "Oh no, just leave it there." I said, "No, let the windows up." She said, "No, just leave it there." And I'm like, "No." And she said, "Nobody will steal it." So I'm looked at her and like, well, listen, nobody will steal it, but I don't want to be the first case in McMinnville who get their shit stole. And it just might be me. Out of all people, it ain't, 5 or 6 black people there. So I just don't want to be subject to that, So she kind of like felt my thing. She said, all right, let me just let the window up. I was like, thank you. So we walk, into the Chinese place. We walk in. I'm grabbing the menu because I'm like, how are they cooking Chinese here in Oregon? It's a buffet or whatever, but I'm fit to eat. I'm fit to chow the fuck down. So all of a sudden he comes with these bags when we get there, and he says, or she looks at me, she said, I got your Chinese food already. Wait a minute, how you know what the hell I was going to eat? You know what I'm saying? Now it's getting a little scary here because they're prepared. She's prepared. The food is, he hanging up 3 or 4 sacks and shit. And we're leaving. We're not staying anymore. So now that changes everything. Everything changes. So we get in the car and she says, well, we're going to go visit my cousins not far away. And I was like, okay. And we're going to eat. And I was like, damn, so I'm thinking, you see it on TV where every joke is on the big guy, right? Give him a donut. I was just watching this show called The Resident, this hospital stuff. If you ain't seen that shit, you need to check it out. And there's one patient, he's getting his foot cut off because of diabetes, but they're giving him a donut so that he'll behave as the patient. And I'm like, I ain't that guy. You're not gonna get me to behave over some Chinese food. You're not gonna get me to not worry about I'm out for to get kidnapped. Who are you to think that that's gonna work? And so when she said, we're going to go eat here and here's your food, I said, oh, okay, I'm going. So fuck it, take me. I'm hungry as fuck. So let's go. So we start going up this hill. And so I had my phone. So I started to take pictures of the surrounding because it was a beautiful scenery going up the little hill. She said, my cousin and stay up here. We're going to go to their house. And it's an old house that I used to live in, and we sold it to them. And I was like, okay, cool. So I'm trying to take a picture like this because she's right here. But obviously but I wanted record because if anything happened, I wanted people to know, who I was with. Why not? Because that's smart shit, right? You would do that. You ain't worrying about a little person. You still want to make sure, you can be taken advantage of because she could pull out a knife or a gun or something. But she was the sweetest person, though. Okay, really sweet. And she knew I was not uncomfortable, but because every now and then, every time I thought something, she will answer it. Like, don't worry, it's okay. I'm like, oh crap, this shit is getting real here, And I'm like, nah, yeah, it's no coincidence here. Right? She ain't really, that much timing. Maybe I'm just giving that kind of fear and stuff out. Who knows? Anyway, if you find any value in the story tonight, you can bring the year in with me and contribute to the story. So we're sitting here driving, and so I'm trying to take pictures. So she kind of says, well, do you want me to pull over and you want to take some pictures? Because I think she knew I was trying to capture her on the pictures. So I'm like, oh shit, that's funny. She's checking me out. So we then continue to go up the hill, and I'm like, now this shit here, we are far up in these fucking mountains now. I'm up in the mountain. And I'm like, okay, damn, then she says, well, the ocean is right over there. And I'm like, the ocean is right over there. And I'm looking, right over this hilltop. The ocean is right there. And I wasn't thinking Oregon had an ocean, but now that I'm thinking where they were located, I guess they're next to some ocean. So I'm like, all right, cool. So she says, well, and we drive into this driveway of this house. And I got the video. And I get out the car, and it was the most surreal thing I have ever felt in my life. I felt this energy, and I did hear like these little wind chimes, and all the trees were like 50, 100 feet up. And they didn't have no leaves down here. They just started up there because I would assume up in the mountaintops, they're fighting for sunlight. So the taller you are, you get the sunlight. So there's no leaves down here. It's not necessary. So it's no coincidence. I say coincidence is God's way of being anonymous. How about that? And so she says, well, so I'm looking around and I'm like, damn, this is weird. And if I play this video, you'll hear me say it like, damn, what the fuck is this? It was energy. It was just like, I can feel it through my whole body, And then the house was sitting, it was like this cabin looking house sitting on this hillside. So we get out and we start walking. And then the lady, Terry, is her cousin, comes out and she's walking up. She said, this is my cousin. So I got the video and I'm saying to y'all, because I'm like, y'all got to see this. Y'all got to, blah, blah, blah. So she introduced me to her. I turned the camera off and we're walking back over to the porch. Now at this point, I'm like, I got to figure something out because this is weird. I was feeling really weird. So I walk over to the balcony on the porch because I'm looking for my escape route. If I needed to go, then I need to know how the fuck I'm going to get away from here. So I'm looking down, but we're on this $1 million $5 million house, and it's sitting on a hillside. And I'm looking down and like, oh fuck, dude, you can't drop your ass down there. And I'm scared. I'm gonna talk about myself, okay? This is me. I can talk about me, okay? You're not gonna take your big ass down there. You ain't getting away. So I'm thinking this. And all of a sudden she says out loud, don't worry, there's a lot of lions and bears down there. Like to tell me, reading my thoughts, you're not going to jump down there, homeboy. And I'm like, whoa. So now I'm really like freaking out a little bit. So we turn and she says, Bob is in there now. And I'm like, Bob. So now I know I'm outnumbered because I brought there. This lady comes out. So I'm looking for the brother. Y'all remember that she said that my cousin and husband is black and he has a story. But now that I look at the story, it was the exact thing I needed to hear to get in the car. Because I probably wouldn't win if she said it was somebody else. But because I just got off the stage talking about Project Black and there's 800 people there and only 2 black people and I was one of them, I was dying. She said there was a black, he got a story. I'm like, fuck it. I'm in Oregon and there's a black story. Hey, I just hit a gold mine. I'm thinking. So she says, well, Bob. So when they open the door, Bob comes to the door and I'm looking at the door. Okay, so imagine my eyes. But watch me. I want you to watch me. I go, hi, Bob. This dude's way up there. So I'm looking because they open the door because they like this. And I'm going, hi. And I go, hi, Bob. So like, oh, shit. This shit is feeling real. And they're like, well, come on in. So when I walked into the place, that's when I started looking around and it was all of these symbols on the wall, like artifacts, angelic looking stuff, all just everywhere. And I knew at this time I was not coming out. You are now finna get something's going to happen to your ass, bro. And, I just started thinking, I was like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm finna bust a move though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we walk around toward the kitchen but all of this strange stuff, but it was a view because it was sitting on this hillside. The house is just, it's like, whoa, a view to die for. but I ain't want to die for it, right? You get what I'm saying? Cliche as though it was a view to die for, but I did not want to die for it. But they wasn't giving off that kind of posture or nothing, though. It was just me because but something kept saying, calm the fuck down, dude. You know what I'm saying? You still can take him. Bob is old, but he's 8 feet tall, 6, whatever. And you know, you can take him. You get one. If you get one of them really good, the other two should think about it. You get what I'm saying? I'm thinking my plan. So we come up to the dinner table. They're all standing up. And they're in unison. And then I said, okay, well, yeah, okay, we can sit down. And they sat down in unison. I'm like, damn, all right. So then they get the food. They like, okay, why don't you everybody get the food? So we get back up. I'm getting the food and we sit down. And it was some Chinese food and stuff that I liked. I'm like, well, how did they know to buy this? Remember she said, I got your Chinese food. So we sitting here eating and talking. And so the lady started asking me, you know, some questions and different stuff. So we're talking and I'm getting really suspicious. And I was thinking, so I had my phone down like this, and I do this purposely because when I'm talking to people, you keep your phone down. But if somebody you're talking to, you keep looking at your phone, you know, the first thing come out of their mouth, what is it? Are we wasting your time? So I didn't want to do that, but I was trying to make sure that they knew I needed to be back really quick because I got to speak on a panel. So we're sitting there and the people are talking and she began to, I was thinking of something and she says, well, don't worry, we're going to blah, blah, blah. I said, damn, these fuckers are reading my fucking mind. And then I go, true story. I go, you know what? In my mind, I was like, I'm finna test her ass. And she looks at me and smiles and said, there's no need to do that. Oh my God. That's when, fuck this. I got a real situation here. So I was like, shit, let's go. Let's talk. Because now I've heard all the stories. I've talked to many of the people, but now it's my time now. So there was no more fear now. It was all curiosity now because it's done got real. So we began to start talking and she's telling me all of this stuff and she's telling me about, you know, things. And then she hit me and said, I said, why am I here? Because at this point, it was whatever. No, okay, no, that was it. She started talking about other stuff, and she started telling me about how it's more than UFOs. You got to be careful. It's portals and demonic stuff, and how things come and get her all the time and different stuff. So she's telling me all these stories. So I stopped her, and I said, "Where are you from?" And that's when the conversation shifted. She stopped and she began to tell me the star constellation or wherever she was from. And I'm like, wow. And so we're talking. And then, so I stopped and said, well, why am I here? Because this is an honor. Why am I here? She says, we need to tell you about your soul contract. And of course, I've been around a lot of psychics, you know, Courtney, all these people, some of the best people in the world, Courtney Sykes, if y'all didn't know. So that's my sister too. So I said, I need to tell you about your soul contract. So now I'm all sugar, honey, iced tea, like, and she started telling me some shit that blew me away. But I also felt really good because I've had 3 psychics, I'll never forget, 3 different people. Each one would do this reading and they will say, this is your last time here. Now, for people tell me, when I heard it the first time, I really didn't comprehend it. And I'm like, well, what the fuck you talking about? You know, in my mind. And then I heard it the second time, but as I got further into this journey and phenomena, I knew what they was talking about. And then when I heard it the third time from a whole different person, it's like you've done what you're supposed to do. You're getting ready to go. And I know I've done some bad shit. I've killed some ants. I've stole money, you know, nickel when I was a kid, you know. I've lost business money, deals. You know, maybe money is not the thing that we think is the evil thing, but I have never done nothing bad, you know what I'm saying? But enough to say that I've done enough good things that this is your last time here, because obviously we keep coming back, right? So I was like, all right, cool. So we are talking. And so as she began, and I'm not going to tell y'all the soul contract stuff. That's intimate. But she started telling me these things, and I'm blown away because these are things I felt, heard, and there's no way she could have known some of this stuff, right? So I'm like, all right, interesting. Then we get deeper into talking about all of these other things. And again, I was reminded that this is bigger than just UFOs and aliens. It's portals, demons, energies. This thing is big, which led to me to come back and get my own protection sigils and all this stuff and start studying symbolism. And I thought it was really something I needed to teach the audience because it was real, because I saw all those symbols when I went in, and there was protection stuff all over the place, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? Now I know even more, but when I walked in, I felt it all. So anyway, I'm a little more comfortable now. We're talking, but I'm still saying to myself, I got to get back real quick because I can't stay long. And so she was like, well, and I didn't want to look at the phone, but anyway, she said, well, we will help you. So she started talking about remote viewing and all this stuff. And I told her I would love to learn it. I need to learn all of these things. She says, no, I cannot teach you that. This is too deep, blah, blah, blah. Well, remember I said Bob? So Bob is over here, tall dude. She ended up saying that he used to work for the military, but he was like an old, big white guy. He was like big. He reaches across the table and you could see like his skin is all, it was like his arm and skin, all is about to fall off or something. I don't know. Or like, like they just put on something. I don't know, but I just was like, but anyway, he looked at her and says, yes, you can. And both of them turned and she says, okay, then. So it's like he gave permission that you can teach him remote viewing, you can teach him stuff. And so as y'all knew, and I tried to get a few of y'all to go with me, I started giving access to that CIA out-of-body experience. And now I know the part of the affirmation by heart because I do it at night. And I've learned so much. If I wish, oh my God, since y'all talked to me in a while, this stuff is real. You say your affirmation, I'm more than my physical body, I'm more than physical matter, I can see beyond this physical world. You go into all this stuff to set your mind into it and you visualize. It is real. We're just energy. We really are. We're just fucking energy. So anyway, so as he said this and she's telling me this, I'm still thinking I got to go. So I'm looking at my phone. So the lady reads my mind and she says he has to go. So I asked, can we keep in touch? Can I take a picture? Can we keep in touch? And she says, yeah, you can ask her how to call me or whatever. And I took a picture of them and I've showed it to a couple of people and I don't think I can put it up on the screen. And then I can say, y'all tell me which one is the person. You would know who it is. So nice ladies, nice people. So we start driving back. So get in the car, we're going back. So when she dropped me off back at the thing, because I had to speak at 6. So I walk in and I'm kind of a little nervous because I just had this fucking experience. And I think I called somebody, Selena or somebody. I was like, hey, listen, I just had this experience. And I may have told y'all that night or something because I went live for a second. I was rattled a little bit, but I was like, damn, this is just, and I started telling a couple other UFO people was there who were speaking, by the way, who been telling stories for years that they've had this experience. And it's like they was baffled, like, for real? Oh, man. Like, no, didn't you have some shit? Why are you, all right, I'm not going to go there. So, so we're sitting here and I start telling them, and then I start showing these pictures. And 2 of the people that lived there, the MC and all that, and he said, you was there. So I said, yeah, look, this is where I was. And I was up there, I said in the mountain, and the ocean was right there. And she was like, and they stopped me. And they said, showed us again? I'm showing these pictures. And I took another picture back and I said, yeah. And I said the ocean was there. And this is what they told me. You was right here. And that they pointed to this place right here up here. So yeah, I was just there. I just got back. You see the pictures in my phone. Y'all, I left and came back. It was like, you was right there. I said, yes. Roderick, that is 3 hours away. I'm like, what? It was like, there's 3 hours. For you to get there, it's 3 hours. It would have been 3 hours coming back too. If you went there and you was up to the coast from here, and the coast was right down there, that was 3 hours. I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I only been gone, less than an hour, you know? She says, no, that's 3 hours. And they showing the picture. They showed it to somebody else. Roderick was here. Well, no, how could he? No, that's way up there. You couldn't have been there and came back. The pictures in my phone, y'all just see me leave. And that's when I was like, oh, fuck. You had some lost time. Because I remember going down these winding roads and stuff. I'm like, I be fucking damn. Oh, just like that. So I get back and I'm like, you know what? This is some serious stuff. But I started remembering what she said because I'm like, you gotta protect yourself. You gotta go what you're doing pretty much. But she did tell me that it was very important for me to continue with Project Black and the stuff that I was doing because it was important. Now, I skipped this part. When I first got there to the event Saturday, so I parked my cart and this guy comes up with this beard, this weird looking ass dude. He's giving me the stare, and he says these words. He says, I know why you're here and it's fucked up. And I'm looking at him like, what are you talking about? I know why you here and it's fucked up, but I know why you're here. And I'm like, oh man, because there were some people that at the restaurants, they wouldn't even serve my ass. Okay, I'm just letting you know, they still do that today. And there was some really bad experiences in a couple of these places. And he says, so I'm thinking it was an extension to the experience I just had, okay, the night before. So, but I didn't think until I asked him and I said, well, what are you talking about? And he says, we're the shadow people. I said, the shadow people. Now I've heard stories. I said, for real? He said, yeah, shadow. And I'm like, God damn, this is before I went there. And I was like, so I took a selfie with his ass because I'm like, well, shit, come on. So when I got there at the place and I told her what happened, and she said, let us see the picture. So I showed them the picture and they looked at each other. She was like, oh, wow. And then she said, what you're doing is really important. And I'm like, huh? She said, what you're doing is really important. So I had left that part, but those connected. And I'm like, damn, this is just like pretty cool. But they look just like regular people. But I can tell with her the way she was, and she was really freaking emotional. Every time she talked about us as humans and how we were just messing the place up. And you can just see the frustration and the pain in her face of we're just destroying this fucking place. You know what I'm saying? And because she was just like we are kids and we just don't really know. Every time she was playing, she would just squinch and just like, and I'm like, damn, I felt the pain. Like, damn, what are we fucking, you know what I'm saying? Do I not eat another fucking chicken or something or step on a tree or an ant? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are we really not supposed to do? It ain't like we really know. And so I felt all of that energy and stuff and emotions and grief and all of these. I can just spell it all out. It was really one of those deals. So like I said, when I got back, I told him that and it's just been something I've never forgotten. I don't, I'm just telling y'all, it ain't something I'm going no circuit and tell people about. In fact, I plan on calling them on the next few days or so to reach back out because they was going to help me with some stuff or and just get a better understanding. But she did tell me where to go seek knowledge and what to do. And so I've been on that journey ever since. And it's been enlightening. Sometimes it gets a little nervous because you're learning things outside the paradigm of your thoughts and what you've been told, their physical reality. But it's also it makes you really understand. She told me, Diamond asked, she said, not forget, but it was some star constellations and almost like Palladian stuff, but it was something else. It was another word. Because I asked, where are you from? And she started telling me. But so when I started going on that journey, again, it became really enlightful. And I wished at the time that I had someone else to, and I still do from time to time, to go on a journey with me. And preferably it would have been if I was in a relationship or something, because you're going to some really, really parts in your life, right? And you got to have somebody you can trust in everything else, and it's going to be with the duration, because as I start learning the out of body, the CIA stuff that I remember I was sharing some of that with some of you, I'm getting better and better. Energy healing, all of this stuff is incredible. Once you start going on this journey to begin a process to understand these things, it's really a beautiful journey to be on. And it was incredible. And that moment, but now, like I said, as I learn more stuff, and as I get to a point I'm still trying to get better and better in a deep meditation. And I'm learning now that I like to go home at night, put my headphones on, and then I go into what I call my stage, focus 10, then I move into what is called focus 12, then I'm now learning 15, but focus 12, and you start expanding your out-of-body experience, and you're seeing things in a different way. I'm learning image streaming, where we all can do it. If you focus really hard, you can walk into a room and literally you can close your eyes, because your mind has already saw all this, or it knows. And you can really begin to see things behind you, all around you. And it's really weird, but you can see it. And your mind is looking at it. Only we see things this way, but it sees it all, dimensional. And if you step out, you can see everything. Okay. So I've started to learn that. But the remote viewing, sending messages to different, and I've had couple of people, hey, I learned it with you. But I've now learned that, and I'll say this to any of you, we're all on an independent journey. And although you can find someone you love, someone you care, it's going to be rare to find someone who's going to walk the step with you, every step, every thought, and you're all on the same agenda. It's just not designed that way. But there are people who do it if the two people learn the skills to be present, right? Where they can be present of each other, and it's not about the time and space and egos. So it's like where we got to grow, and then you can literally tune in to someone else and they tune into you, because that's the magic that you're going to have for this exploratory adventures, is what I'm learning. The key words, even from the CIA stuff, exploratory. If you're going to explore, and it's all about energies and intersecting energy. So if you're with somebody and they can talk all they want, but if y'all energies are not lining up, or the thoughts and intentions, and because we're energy, and I'm learning if all that stuff. So when you hear somebody say, hey, I'll go with you, I'll do with this, I get it now. Sometimes you can't have that type of faith. I was just telling a friend of mine today, we was talking about, somebody says about commitment. You got to have commitment. If two people commit to something and they truly commit to it, you will be able to take a journey out of this world. And I'm not just saying y'all just being together. We're talking total commitment of things. And I'm learning more of this as I keep studying. So the energy to connect with someone, because we used to be able to do it, where you can connect to someone else in a whole nother place, and y'all can sit. And anybody remember the movie Elektra? Y'all put that in the chat if you have. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. If you remember the movie Elektra, if y'all remember, it was the demons and stuff in the movie, but it was a lot of stuff. So if you remember that, let me know. Let me drink some sip of water here. But if you remember the movie Alexis, okay, so there was a scene. I don't know if you remember the scene. Alexis got to a point to where Elektra, yeah, that's what it is, Elektra. I'm talking about Alexis. Did I say that? But it's Electra. Okay. The movie is called Electra. All right. So there was a scene that Electra was to a point where she needed to talk to the guy who was causing all the problems, if y'all remember. So she sat down and she started to get into this space that I'm training on. And all of a sudden, the dude, he was doing something else. He was just out and about doing what he was doing. And he stopped. And it's like she came into his conscience. And he says, "What do you want?" She says, "We need to talk." He said, "About when?" She said, "Well, let's meet." Now he's standing and there's other stuff there, but she came into his consciousness. And like I say, he just stopped and he knew she was there and he just kind of turned, "What do you want? Like, what the fuck you want?" And she said, "Well, we need to talk." He's like, "What? Whatever. Let's meet such and such." He's like, "Okay, fine, cool." Now, the daddy, who was the head demon legion person, he was sitting at home meditating as he does, and he starts smiling because he overheard the conversation in the conscious world. He heard them talking or saw it. And he just grinned like, "Okay, I see both of y'all motherfuckers in here." And that's what I'm learning now. There is another place. You get out of this because we are more than our physical body. We're more than physical matter. We can see beyond the physical world. And you get into another space. And then that space doesn't have the boundaries that we have in this space. And that's where the magic happens. Everything happens there. We just bring it into this realm, so to speak. And it was just so freaking cool. And I used to love that when I saw that. I was like, man, that'd be cool. Not knowing that I was heading for a path to learn. So that'd be really powerful if you get someone to study these things with you deeply. But that means y'all got to have a clear mind, clear connection, clear things, where y'all are really trying to create this energy bond between the two to connect. Like I said, I've had a few people, "Hey, I'll do it with you," but they get busy because we're distracted. They don't have the time, or it's not as important to them as it is to me, or the time that theirs important I'm doing. But that's the problem that they've done to us. That's what the elites, the people, have done. They have controlled our mental world, and we're with so many distractions. And I'm saying literally, we can't think to put ourselves in the higher vibration and energy mood to do things, or some people call it superpowers or whatever, because we can't get there mentally. They keep us, the foods, the entertainment, the stuff, they keep us in the lower vibration so that we don't travel there. Philly Cat said, "Y'all still here?" Yeah, I told y'all I'm gonna bring y'all a new year. We got 12 minutes on our end. 14 minutes before it's Happy New Year in our time zone. And so they keep our minds in this place, and they keep us distracted, our energies or whatever, because they do not want us to get to those points in life, or to think or to become. They just don't. I'm sorry, they just don't. And so it's one of the most difficult things that you have to think about when it comes down from there, and pretty much. So again, that's some of the things that I've learned, that you have to get to a point to where you can get to a clear conscious of whatever, all these things. And so I would love to, you have somebody you care about and they turn around and be like, "What you doing?" I'm like, "What are you doing?" "Well, what are you doing?" But your mouth ain't moving. And they're somewhere else. So it's one of those things that pretty much one of those things that pretty much is pretty difficult to do. Misty says it's challenging finding someone that vibrates at the same frequency. It is, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just everybody got things that I would now think about our ancestors, you know, they always on one accord, especially when they would go hunting. They were hunting gatherers or whatever, because that's all they can think about. You know, the tribe, it was more of a community, and everybody was focusing their energies on the same stuff. And they can build a house in a day. They can move stuff medically. If somebody had a problem, they got around in a circle and they thought, and their minds began to heal their comrades or you know, other stuff. Today, we just got too much shit going on. We really do. You know, I got my issues. Somebody else got their issues and everything else. But you would hope that the more things you can line up together, because we're still training. You know, people will say, "Well, I want somebody to have their own stuff, and I have my own stuff." Well, okay, you're already speaking separations, not stuff as in physical things, but they have their own adventures, and I have my own adventures, and you know. But nobody is saying I want somebody that I can spend forever time with, or we're going to be together and we're going to, you know, do everything together, and that means meditate, think, and move rocks and shit together, or let's put our two energies together and let's move. You know, you don't feel like getting the pie? No, I don't feel like getting my ass up either. All right, so let's move this fucking pie together. You know what I'm saying? And that bitch just zipped, and you be like, okay, you got the fork? Oh, we left the fork in the other kitchen. All right, I get the fork. I can get the fork by myself. That bitch come floating down. Boom. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to think of some stuff like that. Mara said a lot of people put on facades, fake facades. Yes, they do. They really do. And, you know, and we all do, though. We all, at some point, put on something that we're just not being totally honest with the other people for some reason. I mean, we think we are, but it just could be something that, you know, I don't think we tell everybody every damn thing. And you can't, but you would think if it would go there, that would be the key to it all. Hang on, let me see. We almost getting there. Happy New Year. Yep, 10 minutes. All right, so anybody want to come up for the new year and say anything to anybody? Let me know. If I can get a couple of you want to come on camera, let me know. I will put the link in the chat. You click it and you come up on screen, and we will say Happy New Year to everybody in about 9 minutes together. If that's something that y'all do. Yeah, let me see here. But if you do want to come up, let me know. That's not 2025 though. Yeah. The calendar year. Yeah. So, yeah, I think, you know, again, that we have, so for me, you know, I just been trying to get more content stuff together, trying to figure out a way to become a YouTuber in content creation. I'm doing better and better, picking topics and doing things. And that's why if you look lately, you will see me trying different content. So, but I'm going to do a lot of national forest stuff. The problem is just alien talk, you know, and I've been doing this a long time, and the audience is not that big for that. And if it's going to be a life that I'm living, being a content creator, then I got to do what some of these other people do and create that content that more and more people will watch. More uploaded, edited content, because you can do a lot of live streams, but if I did live streams, I'll be doing what I've been doing today, where I might say, hey, can y'all contribute to the show or that, and, you know, and thank for the people who did send something, but it's not something that, you know, that I can keep being here live all the time and do and research and all that. Not the way I used to do it. So I had to start trying to figure out to learn to create content, edited storytelling videos. And now, you know, you'll see me trying to do other little stuff, but, you know, I think the national forest stuff, the alien stuff is pretty cool. So, you know, those are things that we're going to do. And yep, it is, you know, I'm getting the Happy New Year stuff, and it is great, you know. And once again, you know, for me, you know, I'm here with you all, and you all are here. And so if you're alone, and not that, you know, and some of you could be in relationships and stuff, but you still feel alone. But if you're alone and you're here, you know, and not out clubbing and all that stuff, it's not a bad situation. You're where you're supposed to be, where we're supposed to be. But I will say thank you for spending the time bringing in a new year together, all of us, and everything else. And, you know, Tress said, hi, Roderick. Is there any way you can interview Dr. Greer? I could. I have him in my phone. I met him all the time with Forbidden Knowledge stuff. I have a thought of doing a lot of interviews. If y'all notice, I haven't done a lot of that because it's really difficult to interview the same people over and over. Everybody's interviewing the same person. So if we all interview Dr. Greer and he had his book or something, we're going to hear the same stuff. We all are. So I started to think more of not to come to see the show, but to be the show, but how can we begin to get the content? And that's why I went down the aisle to do symbolism and stuff, because it's something I think we can teach. And I'm still kind of torn between, am I going to do it here on this channel or in the members area or Symbolism TV or something totally different, because it's so deep though, but would people watch it? I put up a couple of videos to put up about symbolism, but I will put the symbol on the thumbnail and then it realized that nobody's clicking on it because they don't even know what it is. It's a hidden symbol. How would anybody want to watch it? So that was a challenge there. And if y'all notice, I did a couple of them. I did one with the moon goddess and other stuff. And then I just stopped because I'm like, it's hidden. So that'll be something. Let me read some chat. Frequency is equivalent to your awareness, and the awareness isn't necessary either. Okay. And that's Goddess Raw. Thank you. Reberator said you need to interview Aston Forbes. He has good stuff. That's cool. Cosmic Astrology said, what's up? That's David. We have Tina said New Year is looking roomish. Yes, it is. Happy New Year from how you pronounce that? Omenically Woods, but it's cool. Philly Cat, me too, is there. Leah says grateful we all together. Yes, we are. And yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. So we're about 5 minutes away from that. I don't have a Happy New Year song and stuff, but that is something that we could pretty much do. But yeah, so, you know, 2024 is over. You know, I don't know if it's time for all of us to say what we're going to do for a new year or how we're going to do this, but I think at the end of the day, it is something that we can challenge ourselves to do some things. I do think that for some reason that, man, everyone, you know, as y'all know, I've been at this for a couple of years. So with a book, I got some projects coming out that we're real close to make some big announcements, but there's been a fucking struggle in a righteous way. And it's not putting the words in the mouth, but it's been serious to be a content creator and take the climb to keep growing. Because I know people that have their YouTube channels, they're making $5-10 grand a month from ad revenue. They're blowing it up, but they've been doing it for a long time, spreading it or whatever. But for us, it's a challenge. You're not going to do it live streaming. You know, live streaming will not build your channel to a big thing. You're going to have your faithful people like you all, which is cool. But I can't, you know, ask your help every fucking time I get here. Y'all can't, you know, you get tired of that shit, right? And there was egos of mine that I got tired of asking. But the world would say, no, keep going, keep asking, because people are going to support you. But it was getting bad, man. It was really getting bad. Yeah, let me put that on the screen. You know, you feel me. Here you go. There you go. If y'all find value in tonight's conversation, please send over a couple of you cho-chos to your boy. Yes, help me bring in the new year so we can do it 3 minutes. So you can take me into the new year good, or I can go into the new year. Either way, we're going to do this together. I love y'all. So I need some direction. I really need some direction. I don't need the personal direction, because all of you are going to have your, hey man, I want this, I want that. You know what I'm saying? But it's direction. Okay. For us content, you know, what would you watch? What would you do? because I got to streamline it to the point. But my heart of hearts, two things I was going to teach. I was going to teach people how to do their YouTube channels. And then at the same time, I wanted to teach symbolism, but it's not a big audience. Okay. But it's going to have to require membership areas. It's going to have to create all those stuff. So it's all about the content. There's my sister Courtney is in the house. Ethan is in the house. I love you. I love Courtney is the people that, I told y'all, I called my sister. When I told y'all the story about my card and me at the gas station being stuck, her man, they came to, hey, look, you need to get back to your office. We're going to help you. See, you got to have people that you can call, and small or big, it doesn't matter, but just people that got your back, right? Because you can't call everybody like that. You can't just do, and I'm not saying, now I'm sure if I said, Courtney, I need $1 million and they're about to get married, she's going to be like, oh, we love you, but $1 million, Rod? $1 million, man? You can come on, move in with us until you save, but you know what I'm saying? That's love. That's love. That's love. But 2 minutes, 1 minute, 60 seconds, we will be Happy New Year, all of us together. I wish I had that song all the way and figure or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But maybe there is a song and you can play it or something. But anyway, Happy New Year to each and every one of us. It is 2025, and I love you. I really do. I love what I do. I love each and every one of you. I love that, we're doing some amazing things in pretty much. And I couldn't have done a lot of these things without a lot of you. I couldn't have made it a lot of areas in doing some things. And I'd say that I wouldn't have, but it would have been tougher than it was and is. And there are some of you I used to talk to a lot. We hadn't talked a lot. It's not because of love and not love and all that, but I had to start digging really deep into not only finding who I am and what's going on, but also the direction for the future. But again, Happy New Year Central Time to each and every one of you. And it is a challenge sometimes, even Christmas. I was by myself Christmas. Not, Courtney and them they invited me to come up in Oklahoma and all of that. But, she told me they had she didn't know, but I said, well, what size is the ham or the turkey y'all have? And I think it was, a few small foods. And I didn't want to come up there and eat all y'all food up. You know what I'm saying? I could have, but I didn't. I didn't want to just come up there and eat all your food up. And drive back to Dallas and shit with a plate. You know, they drive all the way back to Dallas with a plate. But either way, yes. So Happy New Year. But my goal, and I'll be just as transparent, is to build deeper relationships this year. I have the blueprint of what I want to do and what I am doing and what is going to transpire, in hopes at some point, if there is someone that I'm going to talk to, friendships, and more people, I would hope to align with a lot of more creators this year, content creators. I think it's time for messaging. I would love to really collaborate with a lot of people that we can either put documentaries and things together with hidden messages, because if you put hidden messages and stuff, you can be safe. The elites won't come after you because they think everybody won't get it, and they make your money off of it too. So they'll let you get away. That's why you see movies doing that. But I would hope to collaborate with a lot of people, but this is what I'm doing and what I'm doing. And those people, I would hope this is what they do, and if it's not something they do or want to do, it's not going to work for any of us because it's taking time. It takes thoughts. So I'm going to start something called Tube Tribes. It's going to be a private membership, but it's going to be a mastermind, and not just me teaching, but us doing outlier hours. And that is deep. I mean, we're experimenting, we're helping each other, the funded and all. And then I'll give out some tactics and stuff because it's working. I'm growing, You just got to grow faster if you can figure out it exponentially, but it works. And so there may be some people out there. Ryan says, I'm by myself all the time. There's only a small portion of people who can unlock their minds, no matter. And it's the sad truth that a lot won't make it, and I can't make it, and I can't pretend. Well, here's something else I will tell you, Ryan. I don't think this is probably the moment where we have to be bigger. Okay. And I've learned this from the whole point of people that are woke, right? And there's people that get wakened and they actually become worse of individuals than they really were when they wasn't. And it's almost another separation because, and not saying this to you, but this is something we have to avoid. Because you got to remember, there was a time that we were lost. There was a time when our minds was closed. There was time that we didn't know. And our goal is to help other people. And I think it's the most hypocritical part. And like I said, and you probably know this too, Ryan, there's a lot of people out there that they do have minds like us, but they're so separated because if they know one more thing more than we do, they think they're better or they have arrived. And nobody knows fucking everything. They just don't. No one could possibly know everything. Who does? Well, maybe secret societies and all that do. But we don't. And if we come together in a collective way, we could grow faster. So for me now, it's like not to learn the other side, but if they're using information and all of this stuff, then what do they know that we don't know? And I think it's one of those things that you begin to know. And that's true. More you learn, the more you learn, you just don't know because it's just so much stuff. But if you can take that journey, like I said, with someone in more an intimate level too, and then you have a group of friends you can take the journey with, man, that is some stuff, right? It's some serious, serious things. And so that's the challenge now that I tell everybody. If you start running into people that, they woke and they know this and they're looking down on you, I guarantee you. And they lost their way because they're supposed to not look at it like that anymore. Because the journey is, if you're going to awake, you awake everybody, but you don't awake yourself and get on a fucking boat and leave everybody behind. And I'm sad to tell you, there are some leaders that I know that does that. They are doing it and they looking down on people. They looking at it because you didn't experience the way. And there's a lot of people know shit that they don't know, but they don't treat them that way. But we do it. And we don't. There was a time that we worked as a collective, that one strength is somebody else's weaknesses and everything else. And so my man, Nick. All right. So Nick, we haven't talked in a long time. How's your son, man? I know he's a big boy now. Good Lord. But my man, Nick, Happy New Year to you. Nick and I go a long way back and we need to catch up, man. We really need to catch up, and all that stuff. But, Goddess says, love is the highest frequency. Yes, it is. He's great. You got it. Okay. Yeah. We're going to catch up, man. I promise you, I can't say I didn't call you last year much, but I'm going to call you this year. I'm going to call you tomorrow because you should be off, right? Or, it's New Year's Day, so you should be around. I'll give you a call. Yeah, girl from South, been here a minute since Nick been here. Yeah, a couple of few of y'all. Uncle Elon says the key is finding like-minded people no matter what your goal is. That is true. That is definitely true. You got to find like-minded people. But like I said, it's just so much that we're dealing with. It is really, and so I don't blame anybody anymore. I don't, because you just don't know. You don't know. I was just telling a friend of mine, today, and we was talking about, just talking and being transparent or being naked, right? And I was, of course, naked, not without our clothes on, just naked. And I was like, and I was like, yeah, you just got to find people you can be naked with. And she said, but I don't know even if I can do that, And I thought about it, and she was right, because she was saying that, meeting other people and we're not in that space together, but we were just talking, and she said something that stood out, and I was like, wow, why not though? Why could two people who just walk up to each other, basically, right? And you just commit to each other and say, okay, I commit to you, you commit to me, no matter fucking what, because I believe in, withholding my commitment, right? And then that journey begins, and you're going to go through some shit, and you're more likely not going to like this or not going to like that, but y'all both are committed. Wouldn't that be interesting though? Lily said, that's my goal, to dive deeper into my spirituality and hopefully find like-minded friends. Okay. So, but here's the other part. It's 10 of us on here talking about you can't find like-minded people, but we know each other. And even us people are not talking to each other. You get what I'm saying? And we should have a conference call or something. We should have a communication portal. We should have a place where everybody can communicate with each other or something. But it's still going to take commitment, because people will fall the fuck off. They will call this week and they will stop. And over time, everybody gets in, or they meet new people. And you got to find that committed fucking troops, like a freaking baboon clan, that we're going to fight together. We're going to go together and we're going to die together. Not really. We don't want to do that. But you get what I'm saying. You got to find that type of group. And Girl from the Bay said, I'll help you plan those. Yeah. I mean, that's the year. Because I'll be the first to tell you, I got disconnected a little bit. And because as I started learning more and more stuff, it was more people I wish I could tell. I'm like, damn, I wish I could tell somebody this shit. Oh my God. But you just can't. Because the relationships, you don't know, there's on a few people like Courtney and Liz have been around, and they, a lot of people, even though, we stay communication, but I'm talking people that you're going to talk to on a daily basis with a D. I got friends that I call it, and we, whatever. One guy, we talked all the time. He just disappeared and whatever it is, but you can't chase stuff down like that. You can't, right? You just hope that, hey, it just goes. But it's definitely one of those things. Lily says, it's so true. That's been a struggle. I can make them, but it's always short-lived. Yeah. I mean, so, and I can stand here right now and give out my telephone number, which I'm not. Okay. I can't tell y'all how many times I've gave out my email, say, hey, contact me. And they just don't. So there's two different type of people who are in this chat, and you know who you are. You're just talking. Some people, and there's nothing wrong with venting. Oh my God, and bless you, and I bless everybody. If you get in here and you just venting and you say you want to do things, or you want to be all of this and all that, you can do that. There's not a problem with that. But I've opened my doors a lot. I've told people, hey, contact me. I will call you back. I've had people call me, and I'll call them, and they be like, I can't believe you called me. What the fuck? I'm not going to lie. I've lied before, but you know what I'm saying? But I know how serious this communion is, so I'm going to call. Now, some people want you to be a emotional trash can, and you hear some of the weirdest stories, and you can hear them, but they're not listening to hear you tell them nothing. They need to tell you and brain dump. You got to find people that's a mirror, that they're going to talk to you back and forth about this thing, because it's not a one-way street. This shit is deep. Ethan says, we're always here with you, brother. I know it. I know that. See, that's something you don't have to believe. You just know. So I know Ethan and Courtney and all of them. We're going to, and me and Courtney is planning some events too. We're going to do some small stuff, but we're going to be about it this year, right? We're going to do it. Uncle says, these low key, he says, these live or low key or lives like they're from creators. You find a lot of people to learn from. It's becoming like a small communities in YouTube. It helps. Yeah, it really does. If I knew that you guys would listen to more stuff on symbolism, I would love to do more shit than that. I prepared for it. I studied it. I've been trying to study stuff that's in real time, right? You study this stuff in real time. But again, it's not going to happen on a grander scale where I can put the time and research in and to give back to the community with it if the views or if it's not a topic that can go viral, or YouTube is going to send a lot of stuff, because you got to be real specific with this stuff if you're going to be a content creator. And my organization or channel hasn't got big enough to where people will come to just watch what you put up, and then you can kind of go that route. Because like I said, y'all probably seen it, and it's no fault to you guys, but the last two times, I tried to do what I call crime-spiracy, which is a kind of a mix between true crime and conspiracy, with a whole different twist on it. And I did the first story, I think, with April Holt, which was a sad story. And then the next one I put up today was Jay-Z. And I can look at the numbers and stuff, the click-through rates, the performance is bad, but it was an idea. So the next one is going to be more about national forests and aliens and stuff. And I was going to do a lot of stuff on that. And maybe you guys will watch that too. Morris says, do you think that YouTube algorithm and stuff changes since Trump has the law for shadow banning? No, I think that YouTube is like anything else, is a business. Okay. Not think, I know. And the key to it is to serve things up to people. God says, you're right. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. Yeah. So I think that the algorithm and what it does, it tries to serve people up stuff that they commonly watch. So let's say, for instance, I don't post anything for 2 to 3 weeks. Then most people won't get the notices anymore, because I'm not in their algorithm feed or whatever so every time I post, they're going to do. So what YouTube does is it wants to keep people on the platform. So it's got a continuous feed the people what they are. So it's not that the algorithm is banning anyone. It's getting more learning and more specifics on the needs of Mara. So it knows exactly what you want to see, what you want to watch, where you go watch it, what you buy, and who you watch it with. And it's going to serve you only those things. But if you watch me all the time, and if I put stuff out all the time, it's going to match us up that you will know. So the thing is to begin to find specific content, or be what we will call a destination channel. So you want to do whatever you can to become, and this is things I'm going to teach in what I call Tube Tribes. That's the group that I'm putting together. It's called Tube Tribes. So everybody got to know specifically what you're going to talk about. So when you get everybody that's talking about, like, they just want to do like a TMZ type channel, it's not going to work for you in the beginning. It can't, because the algorithm don't know who your audience is, and it's a hard ass climb. Now, mine being more ufologists, UFO lovers, alien stories, and then I want to put some shit on here about Puffy like I did today. It's not matching for now until I do enough and people watch. Billy said, Mr. Rod, I've been a real fan in only the last few months, and I totally agree with you. When you know, people true, whatever vibe, it tells everything. Okay, so that's not, so there, some of y'all are behind in the chat. But if you would like to, make sure you refresh yourself, and you will be in real time. So when y'all see chats that come through or something I said 10 minutes ago, they're watching it in real time for them, but it's not real time that we're in. So and they'll hear this message 10 minutes from now. So just let you know that you may be, what's his name? Not uncle, but y'all may be. Ryan says, you got to study how the algorithm work, crack the code to get pushed in front of people. It is the titles and watches to the end. Say bye at the end so people don't leave, and say, he says, say bye and end it so people don't leave. Saw them say that. Yeah, and see, and that's a great thing. I think that that's why I want to put together Tube Tribes, because I think it's time for people to learn little stuff. So I've been looking at these membership platforms. One is a video platform, which is really cool, where we can send video messages and answer. It costs a little bit, so I got to put the money together to do it, but I'm going to charge. But I think, and what I was going to say, 2025, so anybody hearing my voice, it's time for content creators. If you are a content creator, you have a message, if it's knowledge or if it's something, it's time for us to collaborate, because that is what they're going to suppress. all knowledge and information. And if we're not speaking it, then you got to get it out there. And like I said, and you choose your lane and what you're going to do, and pretty much, and you run with it, right? You have to. So it's something I think is really important. And again, I'm gonna put together the tube tribes for that, and it could be 20 of us, it could be 15 or 10. Yeah, like I said, it'll be a contribution to keep the platform, to keep it going, and to train people. Yeah, so Dr. Strange says true. YouTubers have to constantly figure out how to think. Yeah, it changes all the time. And then first it was going to be for people over 50. I was like, if you're over 50, because of wisdom and all that. And then someone was like, no, man, you're going to miss a lot of people. You can do that. So it is pretty much. But again, I met people at the YouTube conference that we all said we're going to do this together, and none of them. And they paid thousands of dollars and they went, and maybe one or two I still talk to out of 20. But that's fine. I dedicated myself to this, and this is what I'm doing, is what I'm going to do. And I wish that everybody don't have to go through the hardships of it, but in time, I'm telling y'all, in time, if you can create your content channels, you will be in a beautiful place in the future. Entertainment is going to be there. People are going to be there. They're going to watch stuff. They're going to need to learn. They're going to need to access information. If you can position yourself to do this, you can do this for years to come. You just got to pay your dues. Some people can do it quick, and then others it's going to take the time. But if you want to become a thought leader and you want to help people, then know that the true world of humanity is your finances. Listen to me. It's directly proportional on how you're giving back to humanity today. So obviously, I do a great job. I do get something, but if I do a bigger job and reach and help more people, then my financial world to monetize that message, to do that, is going to grow. That's just a simple mathematics. When you got a church pastor got 10,000 members and one that got 10, the one that got 10 cannot do what the one that got 10,000 member does. And that's just basic math of humanity. Okay. He can't feed 10,000 when he got 10 members. But that 10,000 one can feed 10,000 of those 10 members, right? So it's proportionate to that. But you got to put in the work. You got to grow. You got to be worthy to do those things. So once again, if any of you want to, if you are honest about, hey, there's no like-minded people, and if you want to commit, and we want to commit to a conversation, just see how everybody's doing weekly, but that's transparent. A lot of y'all want to hide behind your usernames and all, and your username says a lot. Killer D and J-Rod Kill, you know what I'm saying? Turkey Mama, you know what I'm saying? So y'all username says a lot though, right? So some of y'all, we may not need to hook up. Your username is telling us a lot. But if you think that that's what you need, then we're going to try to provide that as a community, that we can give everybody what they need to make it. Because I'm telling you, it's tough this year. It's going to be tough in the future because they're going to clamp down on information. They're going to do that. That's my trade government name. So, it's again, Glasgow's can't wait. Network is net worth. We are stronger together. Yeah. I don't know. So Liz, is there something we could do to collect names today? Or if I give out my email address, does it matter? Would it matter? It ain't going to matter. I'm sorry. It is not going to matter. Just saying no disrespect to your channel. So what do you mean? I missed something? 4 years celebrate now, 2025. I know some women who done it longer though. For celibate. Who celibate? You celibate? Mar? You are not. Are you? Or not? Is that what you're saying though? Meanwhile, I love you, Ron. I love you too. 4 years celibate now, 2025. Mar, are you saying? Look, Daima talk about ooch. Yes, that was my goal. That was your goal, but you're not now. You gave it up? All right. She gave it up. Look, Kill Bill says it's about killing my ego. I know, right? That's what I was talking about, right? We got our usernames tells a story, right? Kill Bill said killing my ego. I know. I'm not saying, but it's, Damon talking about, oh, she said, heck no, she's not. That was my goal. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Y'all know my thoughts on that. Roddy, I'll reach out. I'm new to content creation, but if you look at my channel, I put a lot into what. Okay. Uncle Elon, what is your channel too? Anyway, you got my email, contact@WhyTheBigSecret.com. Because like I said, we're going to start Tube Tribes in about 3 weeks. And teach y'all some of the storytelling, because the videos and stuff work. I'm doing some good jobs there. But what's the name of your channel? Damon talking about girl. Heck no. All right. So she's not celibate years. Okay. I was gonna say, man, that's a long time. Shit. I can't lie though. I'm not. I haven't been in a serious relationship in years though. But I've just been focusing on some things what I'm doing. But it's someone said, she said, it's not hard if you don't want to catch stiff, then don't want no children. No. Well, stuff. Okay, it's not hard if you don't want to catch stuff, and then there's no children. I mean, that's okay. We can talk about that, but another time. But I don't know. I think it's. I was telling a friend, and she was saying it's been, I don't know. She hadn't been in a relationship with someone for like 9 years or some years, and I really wanted her to put emphasis on it, So I was like, listen, I said multiply 9 times, 365 or whatever, time 24, time whatever. It came out to about 5 million fucking minutes. I said that's a lot of fucking time to be by yourself. If you look at it that way, and every day you add 1,400 minutes to that shit. That is a long way. So if somebody tell me they've been celibate for 5 years, that is about that's about 2 million fucking minutes. That is a long time. That stuff is not working. That is not working. But anyway, she said, I just learned the other day from people's mistakes, and the things that they go through isn't crazy out here. It is. I mean, I think it's one of those things. Girl from the Bay said, I don't get why people can't keep their legs closed and just do it yourself. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I think people can. It's 2025. So if you think y'all gonna keep your leg closed for 2025, y'all keep them closed. Today is a good day to start. Yeah, if that's what y'all want to do. Goddess says people are hungry for vital information that is relevant and useful. That is correct. That is correct. Philly Cat Y equates celibacy with being by oneness. So I'm not celibate, but I'm not dating anyone. But I'm not going to, marry someone to have sex with them either. That is a terrible fucking price to pay. And the devil is a lie, just let you know, if it's a religious thing for any of you. Yeah, you just can't do that. You could try it, but I wouldn't suggest it. Okay, so let me make sure my camera gets back focused. And there. It's focusing on I know what to do now. There we go. Okay. So it is pretty difficult to think about that stuff, but that is not happening. She said, I got a man though. I'm just talking. Okay. That's cool. Philly Cat, you're speaking the truth right there. What Philly Cat says? We Craig celebrating with one son. I mean, listen, I'm by myself, and some days I'm by myself. And if you end up by yourself and you are by yourself, you're gonna find oneself, whether you want to or not, because you're by yourself. Y'all get what I'm saying? I mean, it's just gonna happen that damn way, It's different for men. What? Not when even if you're a woman with kids, it doesn't matter. But anyway, I try not to go in these conversations tonight. Y'all know that it's a new year. But let's go back to, no, they got a hand. Who don't? Everybody got hands. In fact, everybody got two of them. That's what they say when they cheat. Oh, y'all are opening up relationships now. Y'all stop it. It's 2025. Ryan says, thinking about making content to get it out. Telling people strange information that contradicts what they know is important. To tell them what they do with the problem solution, I think so they pass on it. Yeah, it is one of those deals. If people are not ready to conform to new information, they just can't do it. The hardest thing in the world, Ryan, is to get someone who, and I experienced this with audience, okay? The hardest thing in the world is to get someone who thinks that something is true all their lives, and then they get enough information that contradicts that is not true. It is very difficult for them to evolve and the cross ladder that someone who thought something that wasn't true all of their life get enough information and they begin to find out that it is true. Only a limited people can converge into the new way of thinking. And we call it cognitive. Well, not that really, but it is difficult. So when you're out there pouring down information, this is where that old Hermes thing was, where when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. If the teacher appears before the student is ready, the student ain't hearing shit. They're not going to believe it. They're not going to die. They're not going to get in down with it. They're going to fight back. And that happens in relationships. So you can only be waiting. It's almost like a church that you just open every day and waiting for souls to walk through. Because the day that you close and not there, somebody knocks on the door. So we have to create the area where people will come. But the hardest road is us keep putting out information. There's nobody's there getting it. And then eventually you wake up and somebody's in there feeding off the information. So you would hope that happens, at some point. Damon talking about dry as a desert. Billy says, seek first the kingdom and all things can be realized. Yeah. That is too. Yeah. And cobwebs and tunnelway. Y'all bad, man. Yeah. I mean, you could run across some people these days and they full of fucking dust. You know what I'm saying? Be like, what the fuck? What is that? You got to blow, so that you could, I mean, especially if it was last year's stuff now, right? It's 2025. So there was some last year's stuff. You could run across some people that happens and all that, but it all depends. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I would hate to run across somebody you blowing some dust like or echo. Hello. You're like, hey. You're like, no, there's a lot of people been in this cave. Hello. No, you don't want that one. And you don't want the, so it's got to be a medium. She said they all last night, your stuff. All right. Yeah. So it's I don't know. You have to look at. Girl from the Bay said, I'm dead. Maybe this is what you should focus on for your content creation. Yeah. Tina said, hey, just doing my best to anchor in the age of Aquarius. Yeah. Dr. Strange said, just evaporated. I know it's and Maya said left a lot. But yeah, I think it's you thought, oh, well, Ethan's cool. He said they don't last year's stuff, all right. Yeah, I know what you mean, brother. And I don't know. I think it's one of those deals. You have to look at stuff, but I don't know. All right, so content wise, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out information. So would y'all watch videos on people, alien abductions in the forest, or do we have to go all in on symbolism stuff? because there'd be some simple stuff if we start talking about all of those in different stuff. Symbols, girlfriend of basis symbols. Man, if I do that move, because I will put a lot of content up on the channel about it, but if I do it, it's going to have to really be organized too. Because, some days you might have to do a show just talking about the triangle it fucking self, right? Just the triangle itself. That symbol alone. Or maybe we talk about different stuff in pretty much. How it makes you accessible. Ancient ruins are cool too. No, I wouldn't go into ancient stuff, I'm looking more of, Dr. Strange outvotes symbols. The forest stuff is just missing people. It's whoa, though, Dr. Strange. That's what I thought. I thought it was just, but it's not. There's a difference between a person that's missing and a unexplained disappearance. Oh my, there is a huge difference between the two. There are a lot of missing people, but when you get an unexplained disappearance and the stuff that goes along with a disappearance with unexplained stuff, you can't explain what happened. You can't explain how this happened or that, or why this ended up over there. That one is what I'm talking about. But Sacred Secrets, I'm just tuning back in. Come on in. Blair Witch. Yeah. So yeah, because my whole brand was going to be truth versus authority, which it is, and talk more about that and take us into, but I wanted to do more videos that I can just upload and you guys can kind of watch it and see. And I'll give it some thought. And it just still may be the range I need to go to cure what I've been wanting to do, people who have met live ain't. Maura said, yes, Blair Witch Project, the movies are scary. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah. I mean, it's Maya said there are some missing people stories that are just simply baffling. Yeah. Symbolism is interesting. I like to know okay. So I ended up getting files to I ended up contacting Jordan Maxwell's family one time, and I ended up getting a lot of his resource files. I got all this stuff. Okay. I ended up learning more about natural laws. I ended up getting access to content that I had to do a large contribution, and I've only shared it with 2 people who helped out. But I have a disc that has 19,000 books, 3,000 or 4,000 videos, all of the secret hidden information and different stuff. So we got that. But symbolism is interesting. And again, Jordan Maxwell and David Icke I went and bought all of David Icke's books. I haven't read them all. I want to, but I just haven't got in the right mindset to consume that information and stuff now. But Jordan Maxwell, he goes really deep, but his stuff is so deep that it's a difference between deep that can go viral and deep that's going to be hidden into a small community. And that's the problem. If you go into a small community, you got to figure out ways to monetize it enough so that you can keep digging and getting those information out. So that's the challenge is doing that so that we can probably do that. Jordan Maxwell, it was the bomb. He was the bomb. Him, and I could say David Icke, and maybe there's a couple of other ones that are really, really good. I collected every Icke book from, I have every book that he has. I got a lot of them from eBay. I was just ordering, and then he had his last ones out. So I have every book that he's written from day one, like 20 of them. And I have them on my shelf in there. And I just finished the collection about 2 months ago. And I was going to read that, and really began to read it. But then it took me in some directions that was pretty deep. Reptilian stuff, holographic stuff, in a whole nother world. And then, like I said, the Jordan Maxwell stuff is really good to learn if you wanted to start doing that. But again, I took the time. I even, like I said, I registered the trademark, the symbolizers, because I was going to go into, I even got the domain symbolism TV. I was going to do a symbolism symposium here in Dallas. I had a whole dream of it. I really did. I had a whole dream of doing all of it and studying it. And I just abandoned it, right? Like a couple other little things. But I keep getting pulled back to it, you know. But it's something that I think I'll do some really deep thoughts over the next day or so, bring it in this new year to do that. I think I'll do that as well to do. And hang on. Let me I have a friend of mine, her birthday is today, right now. And I didn't wish her a happy birthday. Happy birthday and happy New Year. So let me just text the text and then we can continue. Yeah, so if I knew, like I said, if I knew that's something that people would get into, and we can talk about it and try to construct stuff to it, I think it'd be pretty cool to really do and put things in perspective and get a lot of people around, you know, because I think symbolism and symbols and architect, all that stuff is huge. It is something really huge that I think people need to really pay attention to, especially when you get out here to think about those things and content wise. So let's go with this. All right. So we're going to probably be here. We'll get out of here at top of the hour. Cause you know, I know a lot of you been here with me. Who've been here since I started at 3.5 hours ago? You know what I'm saying? Who's been there? You know, who, you know, hang on, wish that you and I could continue to anyway, all right. I was just trying to push. Okay, so let me look over here a little bit in the chat. Let's continue. I was just trying to put a text out. Okay, so Morris says I've been in and out making tacos at home for New Year's Eve and washing dishes. Oh my God, tacos. Ryan said, what does everyone think about Alan Watts or spiritual content? I think the reasons we are here. All right, you know what? You're probably, let's get back to it. Between Girl from the Bay and Alan and Ryan have been, and I'm going to focus on you all. I've really asked y'all help. I'm trying to make sure that I provide the right content this year for you. We cannot talk about aliens all the time. They're going to desynthesize it, and it's not going to be that important. But to grow this channel, we got to go in areas if you're willing. But if you guys are willing to share the channel, repost some of the stuff, then we can grow and get bigger. Then I can have the resources to bring in some people that you may want to interview, you may want to hear about, but it's going to be a fucking collective effort to do this. I'm just telling you. I do lean into saying that I would really love to do symbolism stuff. Ethan said we just ordered tacos. Where y'all order tacos from this time of night? See, that's okay. So that's when you got your boo. See, when him and Courtney can sit next to each other and order some tacos, and we're not talking steak, we're not talking, you know, mojitos. They just order some tacos and loving on each other and bringing in the new year, loving on each other with some tacos. See, that's what I'm talking about. You need those your booze, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Taco Bell, baby. All right, dude. Bring it in the new year. Well, there was a movie. Taco Bell was the only restaurant that survived the restaurant wars. I forget that was Demolition Man or something. Joanne said, I would love to learn about symbolism too. All right, come on, y'all help me out. Because I'm telling you, if I go into this symbolism stuff, we're gonna go deep, but y'all, we're gonna have to work. And then, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to work on the content, put it out there. Some videos will be that, and then some could be live stream. Because I stopped live streaming, y'all know that. But if I come back and continue to live stream, then we can do this and then still do uploaded videos, and then some really private stuff I guess we can put in the members area. But I had to plan. I put it all out and I just put it to the side. But I feel real confident that's maybe something y'all want. Courtney said the last time Courtney was here, she ordered a hamburger. Yes. And Courtney said, we spent our New Year's Eve with you. Thank you, my sister. Yes. And I'm going to need a reading tomorrow because I got to really, and it is content direction. I had 2 failed attempts on something I thought that I really wanted to do, but maybe I'm off. Saturn, he says Saturn symbols and company logo. Okay, you're really talking now because that is very, very intentional sugar honey iced tea. Okay, very intentional stuff. And all right, Courtney said, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do something tomorrow then. But yeah, but it's time. I think it's essential that we go that route. And even Courtney and I have been talking about, in Oklahoma doing our psychic conspiracy event. But I think if we go more psychic in symbolism and all this stuff, and she can tie in the other world and do some private things for us, that would be something to do. I'm like I said, y'all draw me to rethink it, and I'm glad I'm here and it's the new year and y'all talking because outside of Courtney and a couple of people, and Courtney's my friend too. So if I just told her we're going to be talking about butterflies and bird watching, she'll probably say, Rod, no. But then if that's something I want to do, she'll be like, well, I'll support you. You know what I'm saying? But that's not something you need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty much. She said, Timothy said, let's go of oneself. It's best to leave. Oh, let me read it first. To let go of oneself, it's best to left restless at a time of balance. The ingrown stones making transitions. Okay, allow. All right. Let me put that up. So if y'all just want to see what he's saying, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Well, there you go. Philip Kess, I'm gonna be honest. True crime is not for you. Okay. Thank you. Not for you. Bro, she's the biggest conspiracy person I ever know. I know. Conspiracy is, though. Goddess says, I've been into symbolism for years, and there's so much mystery behind it. Love it as well as codes and decoding. Okay. All right. So Diana says she's gone. Oh, okay. All right, Diana. That's the godmother of the channel. She's out. Y'all say goodnight to her. And yeah. All right. But yeah, so DGTV said, I stopped drinking all the products with Starbucks symbols in it because of what we're talking about now. Yeah. I have the little thing right here. I talk about it every now and then. I think I have it. That damn siren, boy. That siren. Oh, look. I didn't show y'all this, but this came in the mail. Look. Truth versus authority symbol mug, and with my picture on it. We can actually make these. Like, you can put your photo, and the mug will have truth versus authority, the symbolism on the mug. I have journal pads, all of that stuff, man. Really do. I have a lot of that stuff that if you wanted to do that, we can do. And it's very let me see here. Okay, let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. All right. So yeah. Yeah, so it's and it can come in a different colors too. I think blue can come in, but I got the sample. I have in fact, there's probably a couple of things I want to show y'all. Hang on. Let me see if I can get it for y'all real quick. 1 second. Let me get up. Look, that's so funny. I went all the way back in there, and what I was looking for was right here. But anyway, so look at that. This is the Truth versus Authority journal pad for journaling. And we probably, in our symbolism group, we can get everybody one of these so we can take notes together. And this will be our like group stuff, right? So these are things that I was already getting ready to do. Here, check this out. Booyah. 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 Check that. Truth versus Authority. It's got our whole brand on it. Our protection, the meaning of it all. You get what I'm saying? Look at that. So the brand is there, you know. And this is our protection circle. Like I said, we have our triangle, not only our water symbol, our fish, our owl, and our all-seeing eye, and our fasciitis. Look at that. Yeah. So we have a lot of stuff that we could, for us to do what we're doing, you know. Hats and all of that. Like I said, I don't know. I'm feeling the going through the symbolism route. I got to figure out how to make simple videos that we can put up about it. You know, would somebody watch a video just talking about the triangle? You get what I'm saying? Or the fascia, or because you got to break those symbols down and then you put them together for a more hidden meaning. Okay, when it comes down to that. So those are things that we have to do. Timothy said, peace those who master it, justice to those who study, and love to those who knows its wisdom, and the shoe that won't be erased. Okay, peace and blessings there. He said the spiritual stuff I found eases anxiety. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'm getting it. But I'm telling y'all, if I go and start going into this, some deep stuff. I bought a lot of books. I bought a lot of things. So I have to really meditate on how to regurgitate it into a video format. I'm telling you, I've got a drone that I was going down to old churches recently, a while back, and I'm filming the buildings the architect, seeing the symbolism on it, all of this stuff. And yeah, girlfriend basically, yes, you just need to advertise it in an accessible, organized way without, okay, so we're going to talk. So Liz, are you off tomorrow? Because we do need to have our annual meeting. and breaking up. And maybe you might be up tonight when we get off and stuff and call you, because you know I'm a night owl and everything else. Rod, is blue your favorite color? Blue is the color that I picked for us because blue represent water as well. Trust, integrity, but the color itself is to emulate the hidden symbols of water, femininity, the gender side of things. So it's just more to blank, because the symbols still mean what they mean, but I did have them in black and different colors, but I just didn't feel the same. Even when I turned the triangle up to the more fire sign, it just didn't give the true essence of what we need. Philly said you need to find a hook or angle that would draw people in, or just an angle that would draw one or two high profile reaction YouTubers to react to one of the vids and bring in your. That's true. And pretty much. Ethan said, y'all send this man all the love. Send me some love. Courtney says symbolism too. Now, if you start saying that from a psychic perspective, because I got two sides of Courtney. I got my loving friend, my sister, the whole 9 yards. So, some days I'll tell her when we talk about stuff, I won't even put that energy in here because you don't need to. We're on our personal talk. But when we have our reading tomorrow and that stuff comes up, something to reckon with. Girl from the break says, send him some money. Hey, you know what? You read my mind. He said a taco. Who's in it? Well, Uber Eats and stuff this time of night. All right. So yeah, if you find value, or look, I'm gonna talk like a damn church. If you want to sow a seed into this year's stuff, you can. But regardless, your time is what I love the most, right? You being here and we're here, and we're pretty much. But anyway, there is a Cash App up there you can use. In fact, I don't even know if it works this year or not. If you want to test it and really test it, make it really ding, and see does the Cash App works in 2025. You can do that. It's up there at the top. You can make sure Cash App works, but make sure it works. Send a message to that mother. You know what I'm saying? And blah blah blah. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, you can do that and pretty much. Someone said something, but anyway, yeah. So if you want to support, you can. There's something you can do up there, and pretty much. All right. So she says you need to fulfill this purpose, and it will resonate with people. Yeah, I you know what? Like I said, Courtney, I'll tell you, I've lost probably many hours because I want to be a YouTuber. I want that silver plaque. I want to do those things. And because I went to those conferences and I see that different content works, but yet I did a lot of, intentions and stuff to lead towards symbolism and like I say, truth versus authority, really putting that out there. And I had a lot of energy behind that. But when I noticed it was going to be a long route up the hill, and there was things that I hadn't established. So for example, if I implement the tube tribes where we really have 25 or 30 serious people that we're learning YouTube and growing together, and I'm doing like a little mastermind membership or something with that, it will probably fund where we can take the long route to grow with the symbolism stuff, because it is going to take a moment to do so, to do that. But I got into a point where my immediate needs really became something that I really needed to focus on and do. And so it changes the parameter of stuff. So, but I guess at this point, if I go with what I'm supposed to, then the universe is going to work it out anyway, right? So I'll do some soul information searching today, since it's a new year and some stuff. And then when I talk with Courtney tomorrow or later today, and then maybe get the right people around that we can build the energy toward it. I know it's something that needs to be done. I know it's something I wanted to do and pretty much, but hey, wait a minute. Look, damn, it is broken. My Cash App is broken in 2025. It not working in 2025. Okay. I don't want that year to be that. That's how it started out now. It don't need to start out like this. It cannot start out like this. Can I send to myself to start out like this? But anyway, but feel the topic. So is mine. All right. So Timothy said the truth stands alone, and those who choose to try to debunk spirituality are lost and too much work for people to visit the or. Okay. And they don't believe in and to be shunned or promote that was, yeah, I get you on that. Goddess says nice, and Goddess, thank you. You've been here all night as well. And see through the eyes of being not books, but to, all right. So are we having church? Okay. We're not, are we? Are we not? Okay. He's hardly funny, but the way he used to put it is hilarious. I got you. I'm downloading the Cash App, and I should send somewhere else. I should send somewhere else. It is broke. Is it broke? No. Okay. No, I didn't mean it like that. That's my joke, Ryan, to say that it's just my humor, and somebody else who has humor will send money to it. Cash App does work. I just, forgive me. It's just me and my humor saying, hey, somebody, come do a contribution to the store, to the show, and then they have humor and they go, oh, let's test it and it work. But usually when that happens, they'll send $1 or $5 or something just to test it. I need to say verbiage. Somebody break my Cash App. I don't know. It's all good though. I love everybody. I love what I do. And I miss you guys from not going live like I used to. I really miss you. And I just got, I had so much going on. I still do. And I needed to think this through because this is a real journey. And I want to commit, like I was telling y'all, commit to the direction of the channel and everything else. And some of y'all have said some things tonight that is going to lead me to go back and reflect again tomorrow. And I may just have to go through what I need to go through to be authentic to what I want to do, from symbolism and stuff anyway. And I just may need to do that. And we will see. It says Courtney is on the same page, bro. All right now. Okay. And so it's those things that, and it is a journey to do. So my main thing is to figure out, to survive the journey. And then because people will benefit from this stuff. People will benefit from small group meetings of doing symbol stuff. And, Brother Yosef, you got Courtney, you got all these people that we can talk about hitting things in plain sight and really do the journey of things that we need to do. So that's something that we can do. So, with Liz, going to, really organize the things I'm doing. So a real big shout out to her, girl from the Bay, with all the talent that she has and been around and the patience that she's had with me and, and just really have taken the reign and said, hey, we're going to organize all this stuff. Because I do have a lot of stuff that I wish I can tell you that we should be proud of and we will be soon, but to have true people. Now I've had people come and go. I have people that has hardened my heart in some areas to where, you try to be totally transparent with people and you try to totally tell people everything. But then it's also, you want to tell people the good stuff that's going on. And I found that is very detrimental because if you share all the good things and they don't have anything going on and they begin to size you up and be like, well, why him? And because they know the true you. They know I killed a roach last night. They know I trapped. I mean, I'm a killer. I really am. I kill. I kill ants. I have this warehouse next to this building. So I get mice and rats. I set traps. I hunt them down, you know, and I'm conniving. I put cheese and peanut butter. I'm a killer. I mean, and so it's sometimes, you know, things, you know, even my dog hides someday. You're like, oh man, this dude is in the Marines. Yeah. And they pay me back. I've had them eat my internet cables and all that stuff. KG, what's going on? It's been a while, man. You know, I always wanted those Bora Bowls from South Africa where you at. And but they're pretty known there in Dallas. If I did them, I mean in Texas or United States, if I got one a few years ago, I probably could have made a good bet. Mars said I'm guilty of ant killing when I was a little girl. So it's one of those things that but again, you have the wrong people in your corner, and there's some great people that come through. And the other part of it is that you got to figure out a way to compensate people in time. And even though you get the volunteers are the best, but they're going to give you the best. And when they do want to shut off that day, they shut off. There's no incentive to work through when it's hard. There's no incentive to work through when extra work is needed. And there's no incentive when they stop believing in you on Tuesday because of something you said on Monday, but yet you said so many things weeks prior that are good, but that one thing you probably say that don't align. It's like, you know, I've had it to happen. Pretty people that's close to me. You say one thing that don't align. And it's like you can't agree to disagree, or you can't be yourself, but they only see you as this whatever. And then you may say something that they just don't agree with, and all of a sudden they judge you, you know, and all that. So that has literally put me more in a shell over the last year, and even more secretive and more closer knit, because I meet people through the chats. I meet people through, you know, what we do. And and when you meet people, what we're doing like this, you have to trust them up front, and the benefit of the doubt up front. And you do give people a way to, maybe they're not like that no more. Maybe they did what they say they did, or somebody said they did, but they're not that. But it doesn't take long. And so the scary part is, you have to work with people that, hey, what you got going on? I got something going on. Or nothing. Or could people really believe in what you're doing and then believe in what they're doing? And like I said, I've had two people that are really, and I was heartbroken. I really was, to share some intimate stuff, to only hear it on social media, only hear it on, you know, they'll say something, they won't say your name, but you know, this was an intimate conversation. And, you know, and you don't watch their stuff, but then you get that particular alert and you hear stuff, right? So that has happened. And, you know, people come and go, you know, you get people support you one time and don't and do. And you get people that'll text you, and, you know, if you delay in texting them back, they take it personal, and that's not it. You may get 50 texts, and then you try to respond, and it's just not. And so I've just learned to say, okay, where is the best thing for me to do is just upload videos and don't talk to nobody. Maybe they just watch them, and then you start growing an audience that's non-personal. You know, I'm going through that. You know, I deal with that now. You know, and it's perplexing, because my heart is communicating the way that I'm doing. It's talking with people, having live events or something, hugging and helping people. You know, and that's my dream. That's what I started out to do. But I've had some negative people that have drawn that out of me, because I've given energy up front and everything else. And so it's been, you know, and so even now being transparent, you be transparent. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you meet people. So when my circle got smaller, it's now getting stronger. You know, you get what I'm saying? And that's the point. The real people come out. You know, so you got Liz, you got Courtney, you got the real people or who's been around are now infusing, and that's allowing me to say, okay, now you can kind of see what you need to do and what not to do or whatever. But it's not easy being an influencer, and you have fans, you have people that are supporting what you say and do. But the minute, they find out that, you take the trash out just like they do and what you do, or maybe I took the trash out on Wednesday and they prefer it out on Tuesday. And now, or maybe, the aliens told them, I've had people that have been around me, researchers, and asked me, are you working for the government? And I'll be like, what? And you think that you put out the persona, or they know that this is not what you do, but they ask these, and you want to know, where did this come from? Should you care to know what make you feel this way, or why did you do this? I've had more people start what I call spike channels. They were helping with this channel, and then they start their own stuff trying to talk about the same stuff, but it's not working for them. And they don't understand that the energy of a spike channel is not great energy. It's just really not. But you can't tell people that, and it's not my place to do it anyway, right? So that is something pretty much. Ethan said there's billions of people out there, all kinds. Dr. Strange says, I've been fortunate enough to speak with both King Simon and Billy on the phone briefly. Okay, well, cool. Yeah. Ryan says, I'm linking up. I got you, cash out. Not 1 million, but I appreciate it. He said, I got you. All right. So, yeah, cool. The cash app is up there. I appreciate it, Ryan. And I think we talked about content and stuff too. So my email is contact@WhyTheBigSecret.com. It's open. We're going to put our tube tribes together, and I'll start promoting it on the back end of the videos that I put out, because that'll be something we need to do. But, like I said, it's one of those things to do. Timothy said the past gives future. Okay, gotcha, brother. And lying to burn to the divine nature and the universe. You'll find you're speaking to someone as long as your heart is in it. I know. And my heart, I think, that's never been, that could be the worst part about it. Courtney knows that too. If y'all know Courtney, she's probably got one of the biggest hearts of it all. And the most cautionary tale of that is her being my friend. And there's days that she wants to pull her energy from the gift, right? And there's days I just don't want her to do it, because it's like, no, don't pull the gift energy, but our heart can't stop it. And so we resonate on a friendship level and love level, because and as her and me and Ethan, and we got issues that we talk about on the back end that y'all have no clue that goes on, and you don't want to know. You really don't want to know. But we talk those things, and it's one of the greatest feelings of it all, And so that's why when I try to say, okay, I need a reading or I need some help, we do that from a whole different energy level, right? Because there's days that I just want her to be her, and she goes through things herself too, and me, we talk, and that's the true level that you want. That's the intimacy of friendships and stuff that you want, that you can do that. And start putting more people like that, or not, or just you get the bond with the right mix of things. And then you can put those things together. But like I said, I deal with, far as y'all know, working on my weight. I was doing really good. It's kind of, I got to do more, but my health is a lot better. My energy is a lot better. My, diabetes is in control now, so they took me off my diabetic medication, all of this stuff, but I still got to get to the point where I'm jumping over tires and shit with Superman energy and jumping on cheetahs and shit. I don't know if y'all seen the little video, the guy and his girlfriend, there's a lion or a cheetah chasing an antelope, right? The antelope is running, and his girl is sitting there. She said, "Hey, babe, if you can save that cheetah, you can have some tonight." He was like, "What?" So he runs. She said, "Where you going?" He runs out the door. And next thing you know, you see him in the TV. He running. he passes the cheetah. He picks up the damn antelope and he kept on running. And I thought that was the most funniest thing. I'm like, that's the shit I want to do. I thought that was funny, man. I thought, okay, yeah, you don't let them hate. So, yeah, so anyway, so with that being said, I realized, I think I told y'all about being this infinite consciousness and understanding that in this physical reality. How do you change this? So in the other world of things, you start thinking what yourself. So and just kind of, and I'll teach y'all this too. So I ran across some information that I'm learning at these thesis books. And I ended up picking up one and half, all three, and actually ordered the last one. But I turned to a page where I was at Half Price Books, and the lady was talking about what they call subpersonalities, that we all have these subpersonalities. But if you don't, you need to develop some. And so you would think it's schizophrenia. Okay, who would want to advocate for you to be crazy as fuck, right? But as I start reading it and understanding it and start implementing it over the last 2 days, it is an incredible thing. And let me explain it to you. And I'm glad you asked. So in the book, she teaches that she told a story about this young kid who was overweight. He became really bigger and bigger, and he just didn't have no energy. He held his head down, and it was just bad. The whole point, his whole thing. Well, she started talking about take a chair, like the physical chair, and sit it right there. And she told him to take his fat, literally visualize the fat, puff it up, and sit the fat in the chair. Okay. All right. Y'all give Ryan, and is that you? All right. My Cash App works in 2025. All right. So that means I'm going to start off a good year. Thank you for bringing me into the new year and setting the tone. I appreciate you. Much love to you and your family and all that you do. So she says, take the fat and ball it up and put it in the chair. So y'all follow me, okay? We're talking about subpersonalities. And you got to look at it. And she said, what you're dealing with is you're dealing with two personalities outside of yourself that you're going to have to construct and you're going to have to deal with. And she said, you're going to have your fat self, and then you have your thin self. And then of course you have you, because you're in it real time. You're seeing it. And the key to it is to look over at the fat, and it's your fat self sitting over there in that chair, all of this fat. Listen, here's the challenge. You then start telling the fat you start telling it all the bad things it has done to you. You're talking to this personality, and you tell the fat self all of the things you have done to me. You're not allowing me to do this. I can't get out. I'm not being as sociable as I am. And you're going down this list. You're telling the fat self. Then you also tell the fat self how much it has done for you. And you got to really dig deep on this, because you got to think about what has being fat done for me. And I started thinking about different things. And one in particular is because I have a really good heart. And y'all knew that I used to promote that, hey, I wanted to date and do things out here. But literally, it was not the great time for me because I have so much going on, and possibly meeting a wrong person could derail me from my objective in what the universe has for me, and saying things those people said when I was there, my soul contract and the things I'm supposed to do. And if the right person, especially love of a woman, if it's not right, it could guide me into something else. So I thought about it, and I said, well, maybe that's part of what the fat has done. It has blocked me from some bad people who probably say, oh, I wouldn't do that because he's not attractive, but not seeing the good side. Okay, that was me saying that. But there was a lot of other stuff that it has done. it was my biggest excuse for not going through a lot of places. I think that there was a lot of things I wouldn't do because my fat self didn't want to do it, and I blamed it and think, okay, it was on the fat. Okay, I can't do it because I'm not going to do it, but it was my fat self. So all of a sudden, you got your thin self, you got your fat self, and now the work begins. So hear me out. So just like yesterday, I was sitting, because I just learned this a few days ago, and it's working, by the way. It's on add to other stuff. So I was sitting there working on my computer, and I was like, okay, it's time for me to go walk. And all of a sudden, but I was like, okay, I don't have nothing to do. And all of a sudden, something hit my mind. Boom, research this. And when I researched what I was looking for, it was a lot. I was like, oh shit, I'm excited. I can start working on what I'm doing. All right, Courtney said good night. Love you. All right. And all of a sudden, that's when my thin self said, hey, don't listen to the fat self. He's providing you with stuff, a distraction, so that you won't go walk. And I'm like, so I'm looking at the thin self like, you think so? He's like, yeah. He's dividing, he's done. The fat self don't want you to go walk. So now it's giving you stuff to keep you sitting at the chair. And I got mad. And I was like, to the fat self. So I got up. And I was like, no, you ain't gonna do me like that. And I went on to the park and walked. And when I finished, the thin self said, you go, boy. You go, boy. That's what I'm talking about. And then I felt hungry. And the fat self said, man, go get you something to eat. Now I just got through walking. And love you, bro, everyone. All right, hit the chat. Happy New Year, y'all. And Courtney, I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. So it teaches you it's called subpersonalities, and you have to attack it that way, right? And so, like I said, the fat self said, soon I got back in the car, I was sweating, and the fat self said, go down there and get you, just a small pizza. Just a small pizza. You ain't had one in a long time. Why would I do that? And now that I'm out of both areas, in other words, the fat self and the thin self is not fighting inside, they're fighting on the outside. And I can now distinguish the conversations that I'm having between both sides. And it's a battle, because some days the fat self wins, and it's conniving, and it's been winning. It has been winning for a long time. But now I got to look at it and say, okay, I appreciate you, but you're cool. But what else has it done? Or what is it not doing? And why? Why don't you want me to do these things? Why don't you want me to do this? Why do you want me to, why do you want me to stay fat? And the thin self, I'm talking, man, you need to do this, this, and that. So it is, so like I said, the book, I can go get the books for y'all if y'all want. And it's brilliant, by the way. It is very brilliant. And it, like I said, and they talk about love, they talk about relationships, but just so happened I turned to that page. And eventually what happens, your thin self begins to motivate you to learn how to cook certain meals. It begins to say, hey, I'm gonna teach you this, this, this. And remember, it's subpersonalities happening now, because we're all fighting, but we don't know who we're fighting with until you now put them in perspective. But like I said, you got to love them both. There's bad things to thin self, and there's some good stuff. And there's the fat self. And like I said, she made perfectly clear that you know what a good things have the fat things done for you. And it could have, it does it too. Sometimes I'll go places and someone will just give up the seat or do something because I'm the big guy. And that's the privileges of the fat self, because they feeling sorry for you, or maybe. But if you think about that, you begin to expect it. You'll go places expecting that they're going to recognize that you need that chair over there. Right? And then how dare you to get upset if they don't? Right? But now, as I move into the thoughts, I get it even more. Have I solved it? No, you just keep fighting, but it's a little more weaponry to mind games, to the manipulation of the fat self in whatever. She said, play the artist. Why don't I just walk over there and I'll get the books and I'll hold them up? Is that fair enough? Because I don't know it don't even have an artist on it or author. It's a thesis of training them with a bunch of doctor stuff. And it's real easy read, though. It's beautiful stuff. But if y'all like, I will take a trip in there. Now, my fat self telling me not to get up. See what I'm saying? Like, don't do it, man. You don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Now, my thin said, man, go and get your ass. Go get the books. Y'all get what I'm saying? I'm going to go get the books for y'all. It's just going to take a second. Hold on. All right. So I'm back. All right. So the books look like this. They call synthesis. Okay. It doesn't have, let me see, an author, really. It's like a bunch of doctors or something. And there's 3 of them. This one is volume 1. There's a volume 2, and then there's a 3 and 4 that's together. And I was at Half Price Books, and I got 2, and then I found a used one on Amazon. And it's pretty cool, but it's all about realization of oneself. And like I said, it doesn't have an author because it has all of these doctors have contributed to this synthesis, which is almost like a thesis. So it has psychosynthesis workbook in here. It talks about depersonalization of sex, and then a higher view of everything. But humanism. It really goes, but it has all these contributors. So it's really good. And it teaches you a lot of stuff. But you can find them. Probably, I saw on eBay because I was looking for volume 2. There's people that have them, and some of them are combined and not, but it's 4 volumes. The realization is, what do you want to be? So it has it all, different stuff, and the stuff, like I said, is really, really it's good stuff. But that subpersonalities, so the theory of subpersonalities, and it teaches you the theory of it. Then it goes into different things, so exploring it. But just so happened, I opened it up to learn more about developing. And there's a lot of different, you can actually have 5 or 6 sub-personalities that you're dealing with. But once you know how to deal with it and talk to it, or I don't know, either which way. But it was really interesting to develop that and pretty much. She said, trick after exercise to eat a big healthy salad. Right. Hello, Roderick. Happy New Year's from Cornwall, England. Happy New Year to you as well. And it must be global warming. I'm just reading some of the chats. Maya said hello. How goes the weather? It's a little cool here in Dallas, I think. 41 degrees tonight. And so that is a challenge. In fact, in this studio room, the heat and air is a little different. So I got to keep it warm in the office. But in here, chilling. Y'all can see I'm starting to catch a cold just sitting here tonight. Ain't that some shit? But I ain't starting out the new year that way, brothers. Because we can claim it to do. All right, so it's 1:30. And we've been here since 9 o'clock. So that means we're 4.5 hours in for the new year. I'm going to, like I said, I'll look more into studying stuff on symbolism and trying to figure those things out and just kind of see what's going on. Kim said that's a bunch of shit. You are, and we really need to understand that we are our own person and not some psychotherapist depicts that the other sugar honey iced tea that is in the book of Palladiums. Maybe I don't know, yeah, but yeah. Is in a book of Palladians. Oh, all right. So T. Chan said hello. North Florida is in the house. What's going on? So it's pretty late where you are. So that's pretty cool. And am I a big bro? In other words of the legendary Mr. Heavy D. So Timothy is gone. Okay, that's cool. I appreciate it. KG is cool from where he at. It's 2:30. I know. So it's 1:30. And all right, so we're going to get ready to get out so I can head to the hacienda and pretty much. And I want to thank each and every one of you who supported tonight after you heard my story of my lockdown on this card that I can't use it. It was some fraud alert. And I'm at like I said, the gas station, and I had no access to no money, right? It was like, God damn. And that's when I figured we are very vulnerable. So we got to figure out another method, and they cannot have this power. And they locked my card down day before New Year's, and they're closed tomorrow, and they only open to Thursday. And the people on the phone, we can't do anything. It's a fraud alert. So you just got to call your credit union and say this wasn't you or whatever. Or maybe you got to come and get a new card. Well, it's a security system. That's cool. But when it's a debit, they ain't get much. You know what I'm saying? But what's there, I need to have access to. So that is way too much learning to understand. Yvonne says 7:30 in England. Whoa, a.m. Okay. Philly Cat is 2:30 where you at? Yeah, in Philly. And all right, so I'm gonna do some really deep thought. Love and light, many blessings to you, Rod. And by the way, be blood with blue green eye. All right, man. All right, it's negative, folks. All right. So I'm gonna look into. Thank you, Diana. I'm gonna look into the symbolism stuff some more because, like I said, there was a calling to do it and try to figure that out, and then we will do that. But it's been a plum. I think we can say it's been a plum pleasing pleasure, though. That's because people stealing people's debit cards out of their wallets, hanging them out. Oh my God, it could be. It is a serious situation that goes on when we talk about this. So, all right. So, I think everybody, it's a happy New Year. First of all, let me say that. I want you to get an opportunity to begin to start the new year out, I guess, right. And, we make these resolutions or whatever. It's unnecessary. I think it's just that we just start somewhere. So the good new year maybe mentally makes us want to begin new processes and new things. And if that is you, then that is something that we will do. Girl from the Bay says she's going to text me tomorrow. I look forward to it. And so I say that it's going to be a great year for all of us, but it's going to be more informative, especially with all the UFO stuff, all the things that's happening. So you want to really be informative. You want to get the information. You want to get the data because they're hiding things, and it's getting worse and worse. And the more we know that they're hiding this, the possibility of it's not a good thing to see. Okay. So again, we got to figure out a way as we come together as a community, but we got to figure out a way to get these messages to get bigger, to do, and the expectations of these messages and things. It's very, well-deserved and everything else. And I'm just kind of speaking all over the place, but I think you get what I'm saying, right? So with that being said, again, I'll look into this camera, and if you by yourself and you spent the New Year's and we all spent it together, Happy New Year's to each and one of us. But that doesn't mean that tomorrow you wake up, it goes back to the same as it was yesterday. It doesn't have to be that way. And like I said, my email address is contact@WhyTheBigSecret.com. I take commitments very seriously if it gets in more of an internal circle, people, at some point. That. But anyway, I'm here for you. I'm here for anyone that understands that meaning of things. She said, you look like you eating all the vegetables. I'm not eating a lot of them, but I've done better. And then I've gained a couple back, but I actually lost more than I've gained. And I got really frustrated over the last 3 weeks. The holidays and things were just kind of really discombobulated a little bit, and, trying to figure this stuff out, content, what I'm going to do going into the year, how I'm going to put things in more perspective. And then you start to eat for comfort. And that's the real deal from there. All right. So Philly Cat put the website there, but I'm fluffy. I'm fluffy and I'm soft. That's the word, fluffy. Remember a girl told me that. She said, "Oh, you're not fat. You're a fluffy." Oh, that was the most sexiest fucking thing I've ever heard in a long time. She said, "You are so fluffy." I'm like, woo. Start poking on my fucking self. Like, I'm fluffy. Woo. So anyway, I figured it out because I started working out, lifting, working. I'm like, why am I putting on weight? But my shirts and stuff was getting small. And that's when I figured out, oh, maybe you're growing muscle. So that was something there. All right. So Philly Cat put the chat up for the merchandise store. If you hadn't done all that, you should. And all that stuff from there. Thank you, Maya. Is that it? Anybody got anything you want to say before we go? So we can get out. Anybody? Anyone? We've been here 4 hours and 38 minutes, and it's been a long time. All right. So with that being said, let me find the cutoff buttons and everything else, and we will do that. All right, y'all. Let me see where we're gonna do. All right. So we're out. So we totally did. Thank y'all. And y'all want to say goodbye? Y'all can text. All right. Thank y'all. And I will find a exit video that I have somewhere. Here we go. We'll just play this one. All right. Good night, y'all.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shots that killed Kennedy?
pierce the veil of secrecy.
Cattle found dead and the manner of their deaths are a real mystery.
Anyone who is concerned about lead in the drinking water in Flint.
And venture into the realm of conspiracies and extraterrestrial evidence.